Mayor Ali.
Roll.
Mayor Ali.
Present.
Councilmember Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Gordon Young.
Present.
Councilmember Graham.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Euler.
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
Councilmember Valpula.
Present.
And Councilmember Vespa.
Here.
We have a quorum present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I am going to ask everyone's patience with especially me tonight as we navigate some new technology in our council chambers. And I've got Paul Peterson over here. He's got my back over there. So just have patience with us. Thank you. Please join me and stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, Madam Clerk.
We are at the approval of the minutes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the City Council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024 as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Graham. Any questions, comments? Please cast your ballots. Okay. Sorry about that. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We have two town items. 24-227 is a request from the town officials to approve the July 2024 actual expenditures and to approve the August 2024 anticipated expenditures for the town of the City of Peoria.
Okay. Trustee Graham?
Madam Chair, I move to approve as outlined.
Okay. Seconded by Trustee Euler. Okay. Clear results. Okay. Please cast your ballots. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a second by Councilmember Euler? Were there any questions or comments? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
24-228 is the Town of the City of Peoria Financial Statements Annual Audit and Supplementary Information for year ended March 31, 2024 with request to receive and file.
Okay. Trustee Graham?
Move to receive and file.
Seconded by Trustee Euler. Any questions or comments? Okay, this is really fun. All right, Paul.
Some of the names are cut off. That needs to be changed. Spend all this money. Hey, my name's not that long. Plus, it's smaller than it used to be. Yes, that's not good. They need to change that screen.
We are at the consent agenda. 24-229 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Public Works with a request to approve the low bid and award a contract to microsurfacing contractors for the slurry seal contract 2024 in the amount of $683,484.40, with an additional authorization of $68,345.60 for contingencies, for a total amount of $751,830. 24-230 is a communication with a request to approve the low bid and award a contract to United Contractors Midwest for the seal coating contract 2024 in the amount of $397,388.16, with an additional authorization of $39,741.84 for contingencies, for a total amount of $437,130. 24-231 is a communication with a request to approve a purchase of a campaign from ADCO highlighting American Rescue Plan Act spending by the City of Peoria in an amount not to exceed $125,000. 24-232 is a communication with a request to approve a 3-year contract with Cone Inc. for elevator maintenance for an estimated annual cost of $38,000, utilizing the Omnia Partners Cooperative Agreement. 24-226 is a communication with a request to adopt an ordinance creating Chapter 27, Article 1, Section 2 of the Code of the City of Peoria to authorize liens for delinquent municipal taxes. 24-233 is a communication with a request to adopt an ordinance authorizing the execution of a real estate donation agreement. 24-234 is a communication with a request to adopt an ordinance providing for the transfer of a portion of the former Peoria Heights and Western Railroad right-of-way to O'Brien Enterprises, LLC. And 24-235 is a communication with a request to deny the addition of a subclass 1A 2 a.m. closing hours Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to an existing site approved for a Class B restaurant 50% food liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Hacienda El Mirador, LLC, doing business as Hacienda El Mirador at 5805 North Humboldt Avenue, Suite 1, with a recommendation from the Liquor Commission to deny. And that concludes our consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items to pull from the consent agenda? Councilmember Seer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 24-235, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 24-231 and 24-233, please.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Velpula, seconded by Councilmember Allen. Any questions or comments? Please cast your ballots. Thank you. Councilmember Regenbach. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
24-231 is a communication from the City Manager and Strategic Communications Manager to approve a purchase of a campaign from ADCO highlighting American Rescue Plan Act spending by the City of Peoria in an amount not to exceed $125,000.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, what is the need for this, and what exactly? It looks like we have an invoice. Looks like we owe the money already, I guess. So I won't stop that, but why do we need a campaign to highlight our spending?
Well, thank you, Councilman. We asked you in the last 2 budget years if we could set aside some of the ARPA funds to do just this, to create a campaign to talk about how we spent the money, where the money was going. Our Strategic Communications Director has been working with ADCO to come up with this. This is a proposal. This is not an invoice. So this is just the proposal. The council approved this. You've approved $200,000 of American Rescue Plan funding to go towards this effort. This is now the contract we're bringing forward to make the approval.
I think I understand all of that, except that this is not an invoice.
Yeah.
So, and of course, there are a lot of things in the budget, and I think I missed this. But what is the purpose of it?
I'm going to turn over the floor to our Strategic Communications Director to let her explain that to you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the question, Councilman Kelly. This campaign, as the city manager indicated, is intended to tell the story about the ARPA money and the funds that we've put into the community through programs from community development and economic development. It is our intention to both educate and engage the public, in addition to having to fulfill with ARPA that we create a report that shows all of the spending of the many things that we've done. So we're hoping that this campaign will not only educate the public with things that we've done to improve neighborhoods and nonprofits and businesses, but also connect them with programs that are ongoing with these departments. Because quite frankly, we don't always get the awareness for the programs that our staff members are doing, and we want to make sure people know that there are things available to them.
Thank you. I will move to approve. It seems to me that, we are coming up on having no money in a few years, and we just kind of keep going. And so I will move for approval.
Okay, can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Gordon Young. Any other comments or questions regarding this item? Okay. We have a motion to approve and second it. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
24-233 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to adopt an ordinance authorizing the execution of a real estate donation agreement.
Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Mr. Manager, you and I spoke about this item. Again, it's not a huge item at all, but it represents a long-term expense for us. You told me that we really need this additional square footage, and you know the score better than I. But where are these folks now? I know where our assistant city manager is, but I mean, why is it we can't accommodate them in our current configuration?
So in the current configuration that we have here at City Hall, our legal department is actually split between the Twin Towers and City Hall. So that's currently one of the challenges we have with trying to make sure when we have a fully staffed legal department. So we've moved them across the street into what used to be the I-Team space. This is space that's on the third floor of the Twin Towers that was Alliance Benefits Group. They have offered to donate the space to us. We need about 1,000 square feet of this space to assist our EEO office, which is currently, we have 2 employees in 1 office here on the 3rd floor of City Hall to have the appropriate space that they need. The remaining 11,000 square feet, we would certainly utilize when we market the city as additional office space that's open and available. With us having control of it, it provides us an economic development tool for us to think about marketing that space as the city. And I think that's something that we would certainly want to do and look at as we talk about trying to do and approach business development here inside the city of Peoria. So that's the reason why we as a city, at the city staff, looked at this and said, this is a good opportunity to take the space. The annual cost is about $36,000 plus the utilities. But I think that we can certainly market it and find somebody to fill that space going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I, once again, like the last item, I just think we're going along as we've gone along. And I think we need to start getting tighter because we're going to run out of money here in a few years. And these are small expenses, I know, but they're ongoing. And anyway, I will move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Allen. Any additional discussion? Please cast your ballots. Oh, hold on, I missed somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Riggenbach? Hold on just a second. Not lighting up for me.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on just a second. It's not lighting up for me. Paul?
I got the right. Thank you. Oh. How many times? All right. Now, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Manager, if you could just, I know you were just talking about the square footage numbers. It's 12,000 square feet that they're donating to us. How much are we going to actually utilize, and how much will we be putting up for?
We would still be marketing about 11,000 square feet of space.
Okay,
We're only
so
going to use 1,000 square
literally
feet.
1,000 the total. That
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I needed. Appreciate it.
Well, normally when something is donated to our city, we extend a hearty thank you. We extend a hearty thank you, and we need the space. I'm enthusiastically in favor of this donation and receiving it with a great deal of grace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a brief chat with Corporation Counsel on this afternoon. Just a clarification question. So can the city legally sell the property after acquiring it if we could not run that.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Vespa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to say I have a business interest in the Twin Towers, so I'm going to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Okay, understood. Thank you. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. There's no more comments. Please cast your ballots. You vote. Okay, Madam Clerk.
24-235 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to deny the addition of a subclass 1A, 2 a.m. closing hours for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to an existing site approved for a Class B restaurant 50% food liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Hacienda El Mirador, LLC, doing business as Hacienda El Mirador at 5805 North Humboldt Avenue, Suite 1, with a recommendation from the Liquor Commission to deny.
Councilmember Seer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move to defer 2 weeks until next meeting, August 27. Thank you.
Seconded by Councilmember Euler. Any other questions or comments? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We are on to first readings. 24-236 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to receive and file a first reading of an ordinance prohibiting unauthorized camping on public property within the City of Peoria. And on your desks, you have several handouts in yellow. We have 4 letters on yellow. We have one on white, and it should be numbered on the upper right-hand corner. And then you also have a yellow manila folder with information.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, Council Hayes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to turn the floor over to our Corporation Counsel to walk through this first reading of this proposed anti-camping ordinance. And again, as a reminder to the council, this is a first reading. And so if there's input from you this evening that you want to give us, that's what we'd like to take into consideration as we craft that and come back to you with some changes to it, if that's what you desire.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
As the council is aware, we've already received a lot of public input on this. So to frame the conversation, I want to express first the city's efforts, already ongoing efforts to reduce homelessness. The city currently employs 2 housing coordinators to work directly with our nonprofit community on providing services for residents related to housing issues, including homelessness. The city has a flexible rental program in partnership with the health department, which has launched the flexible rental program for people experiencing homelessness in our community. $930,000 was provided for this program for 2004 through 2006. The program focuses on people experiencing homelessness who have employment but still have barriers in obtaining housing. We've supported the Phoenix Community Development Services to the tune of $180,000 in ARPA and ESG funds for Haven The Haven is a no-barrier group home ran by Phoenix Community Development Services. The city is supporting Phoenix Manor, formerly the Methodist College building. That is an upcoming rehabilitation project forecast to effectively eliminate family homelessness in Peoria. It will be located at 415 St. Mark's, formerly the Methodist College of Nursing. It will feature 55 units and will feature support services on the site. $2,045,000 in City of Peoria home funds will be provided towards this project. Madison 3 is a project located at 206 Northeast Madison in downtown Peoria. $600,000 in City of Peoria home funds went towards this project. This project features 16 units for youth experiencing homelessness aimed at those who are aging out of foster care. The Phoenix Development Services Workforce Development was provided $680,000 in City of Peoria CDBG funds for the rehabilitation of 234 Northeast Madison, which is located at the corner of Madison and Fayette, and to Workforce Housing Center for residents experiencing homelessness. The Dream Center was provided $400,000 in City of Peoria CDBG funds that were utilized at the Dream Center to renovate the 3rd and 4th floors. The upgrades modernized communal areas, created larger dining space, and provided the space for an additional 30 beds in the living quarters. In 2022, funds were provided to purchase a new viral resistance mattresses and HVAC renovations to improve air quality, along with new washers and dryers to do laundry for all residents in the house. The city is also engaged in affordable housing support, supporting the Churchview Gardens Home Project to create 47 new units of affordable housing in 61605. The city provided vacant lots as well as $1.2 million in home funds for the nearly $18 million project. Construction is expected to begin this year. And finally, ESG funding, which is direct support to nonprofits. The city has utilized over $150,000 in emergency solutions grant funds to provide operational funds to areas homeless shelters that served 1,580 individuals in 2023. So the city has been hard at work with regard to dealing with homelessness and provides and will continue to provide ongoing capital and operational support for those programs within our community. But we need an additional tool. As most here are aware, the U.S. Supreme Court has clarified that an ordinance adopted by the city of Grants Pass, Oregon, prohibiting camping on public property did not implicate the protections of the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. We've received input and direction from council to create an anti-camping provision in our local ordinances. And that occurred a couple of weeks ago from one of our council members. We've also received a lot of outcry from local businesses and constituents about the homelessness problem, including complaints from neighboring homeowners who've had homeless encampments impair their quality of life in their home, as well as impairing quality of life at certain area businesses that are adjacent to homeless encampments. In Illinois, some of you may be aware that there's a Bill of Rights for the Homelessness Act that provides protections for persons experiencing homelessness. Any municipality has to attend to those protections in order to withstand judicial scrutiny. The city has experienced significant challenges in abating camping on public property. We've had a lack of support from other governmental entities, and the city's been unable to utilize trespass notices, which are our typical device on private property to remove homeless and abate homeless encampments. Without this tool, encampments have remained in place until sanitary conditions have posed an immediate threat to the health of the camp occupants, emergency responders, and the general public. The cost to the city for abatement of encampments over a 2-year period from December of 22 through the end of 2023 was in excess of $30,000. But more important to that were the risks to our first responders and community development individuals dealing with the used hypodermic syringes, the broken glass, the human excrement and waste that was at these homeless encampments. These are a danger not only to the general public and area residents and businesses, but also to the people within those encampments themselves. I'll share that one of the most common encampments we have right now is along I-74 off of Fayette Street. And it's obvious that in the winter months, people don't choose to inhabit those areas, but when the weather is more inviting to outdoor residents overnight, those encampments grow. So our staff has been committing outreach to these individuals on a consistent basis. And the people there, some of them are making a choice to be there, and they have other choices they can make. We have crafted an ordinance in order to address camping on public property to go along with our efforts to reduce camping on private property when the private property owners want us to use the trespass provisions. I'll share with you that the trespass, state law trespass provisions are much harsher than the ordinance that we're proposing. The state trespass violations are a Class A misdemeanor, which are punishable by up to a year in jail, as well as a fine of up to $2,500. Our ordinance provisions are much more lenient than that. And there's no possibility of jail until the person has violated our ordinance 3 times within a 180-day period. So our tool is not as harsh on public property as the tool that we have available to us on private property. And in that regard, our tool also authorizes our enforcement individuals the discretion of whether to enforce the ordinance or not. And so we can take into account in operations whether there's room at homeless shelters for the individuals, whether they have any other options or not. We're not trying to force people into an impossible position. The tools that we'll have, though, will be able to force people who have a different choice to make that choice rather than populating public land, which they have no right to do, and which the public has every right to expect will be policed and clean and not pose a public health threat. We've provided the ordinance for a first reading that includes not only the provisions for a warning prior to citations, but also notice prior to abatement of encampments. If public areas are cleared and there's personal property of any value, those will be stored for up to 30 days so that those individuals that have been removed from those areas have the opportunity to reclaim that private property, and our staff will be providing those opportunities. I don't have any other information at this time for the consideration of council other than materials that were in the council communication. And I don't want to unnecessarily repeat that information, but I just want to mention that we've detailed out the expenses we've made, but also the calls for service. You'll notice that the fire department calls for service show that the individuals within these encampments are under a great deal of stress. They require medical intervention on a regular basis. There's occasionally fires at these encampments which pose a significant threat to the individuals within the encampments, as well as the first responders responding to those encampments. And we feel that this ordinance provides a measured response to this issue. It provides one additional tool amongst all the tools we're using to relieve people who are forced into a situation of homelessness to become rehoused. And this tool will be used over time, we think, in a way that will improve the quality of life for all our residents, including those temporarily experiencing homelessness. I want to thank you for your attention tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I know you have your light on, Councilmember Euler and Councilmember Gordon Young, and we're going to get to you as soon as possible. The first question that I have, though, Council, is how do you define public property in reference to this proposed ordinance?
Public property is defined in the ordinance on page 5.
Okay.
And it means without limitation any real property, building, structure, equipment, sign, shelter, vegetation, green space, playground, bench trail, picnic shelters, recreation or athletic fields, and public open space, including all associated areas such as public parking lots, controlled or owned by the city of Peoria or any other governmental entity or agency.
Okay, so it's the any other governmental entity that I'm interested in hearing more about. So outside of ownership by the city of Peoria, there might be ownership by public bodies that include the school district, the park district, the state of Illinois, the county of Peoria, some other public entity. How do we have authority to enforce this ordinance with regard to other property that's not owned by the city?
We've had a lengthy conversation with the Park District, which is the largest entity that has a lot of this type of property. And we've been able to present them with the opportunity for us to have an ordinance of community-wide effect. And they are in agreement that this is an appropriate step for the city to take. You'll note that the definitions in the ordinance give license for the Park District to have their operations. They have snooze at the zoo and things like that where they authorize camping. They have an actual camping facility within the city of Peoria at the north end of the city. And so the ordinance authorizes those governmental entities to take active steps to authorize camping on their property. But otherwise, because it's city of Peoria, we have the ability to impose a citywide ordinance that has effect regardless of the ownership of the property. We would coordinate carefully with any enforcement on school property or Park District property. The state of Illinois is another partner in this that has not been wanting to take an active role in eradication or abating homeless encampments. It's our hope that the Illinois Department of Transportation in particular will take no action, because that's been their approach to our requests, and take no action to prohibit us from enforcing our ordinance, just like they've taken no action in order to assist us in abating the encampments to date. If there are issues going forward, we may be back to council with a specific tool to deal with those incidents, but right now, an ordinance of general application applies across all the areas that have been annexed into the city of Peoria, and that includes the IDOT right-of-ways that are a particular problem for us now, and that will be under the jurisdiction of this ordinance going forward unless IDOT takes active steps to thwart our enforcement activities.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I also want to thank you for your work in what I consider a draft ordinance, because I think it definitely requires some tweaking. I think that it has some good components in response to the decision by the Supreme Court that is basically saying that we want to end homelessness on the streets of cities across the country. But I think that we have to do it in a very strategic and humane manner, with a very strategic, well thought out plan that engages our partners. You talked about those partners earlier, those resources in terms of providing some basic standards, some outcome measures, some tracking of these individuals, that we do it in a very humane and a well thought out manner in terms of the time, the place, and the restrictions that apply. I want to make sure that we're not criminalizing homelessness in the city of Peoria. I am part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, who has a homelessness task force, and it's led by Mayor Karen Bass out of L.A. Of course, L.A. has the largest population of homeless people in the nation. Denver's mayor also is part of that, Mayor Mike Johnson. He had the highest population of homeless people per capita in the United States. And they have a position that it is improper and inhumane to criminalize homelessness, that there's a way to do it without citations or jail sentences, because it doesn't work. it's been proven not to work across the country. Well, I want to make it clear to everyone that we have to let people know that street homelessness is no longer allowed or acceptable in Peoria. So you may not agree with that, but we do have to let people know that. But again, we have to do it in a strategic way, not too fast, and in terms of stronger measures, I think those stronger measures have to go to those people who refuse services, who refuse to be housed, who refuse to have wraparound support, who refuse substance treatment, who refuse trauma-informed services. There's a population, we suspect, maybe 25 or 30% of the people that live in encampments that will refuse any services. And I think that those are the individuals that we have to have stronger policies and ordinance that will address those individuals. But I don't believe that we're ready yet to implement a removal system until we're ready. I think that, okay, I want to give you an example because I heard from several mayors who are doing this type of work. They have a system of identifying which encampments have the most need or the most demand. Perhaps they're a larger encampment. Perhaps it's an encampment where people are really experiencing severe hunger, illness, 911 calls. That's how you strategically decide which encampment comes first. And so you kind of do encampment by encampment and remove everyone from that encampment. Make sure you have beds or housing or shelter from that group of individuals, and then you close that shelter and you don't let anybody on that property anymore. And there's ways to go about it, some best practices across the country. And once you get done with that encampment, then you decide which encampment is next. But to do it across the board, quickly, we're shutting down all encampments in the city of Peoria right now. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it will, we have to have that backup plan. We have to have the shelter. Some people use motels for emergency shelters, but my question is, where is that emergency shelter? What is the plan in terms of how we identify encampments? I recommend that we don't use police because it's not a best practice. But again, I think that there's technical assistance out there. Director Doolin, I know that this is your area. Community development is going to be a big part of this in terms of, outreach to these encampments, getting people removed and getting people services and support, wraparound support. So there's a cost to this. We've identified, the council has identified $30,000 that was spent for almost the last year, but that's really nothing to what it's going to cost to address homelessness and the removal of these encampments. There's going to be a cost to it, and I think that we have to seek out resources to address these costs, and I think that, again, we have to do it in a strategic way. The handout that I provided to council, to city council and city manager, and is 19 strategies for communities to effectively address encampments humanely and, 19 strategies for communities to address encampments humanely and effectively. It was just produced in April of 2024. So I just want to recommend that we identify best practices, that we don't do it too quickly, we don't rush into this, but we develop a plan, because I do think it's very important that we get the people off the streets, into sheltered, into a pipeline that takes them to permanent housing, so that we reduce the 911 calls, we would reduce the deaths that are related to living on the street and the illness, and all those other, negative things that come with it. But my whole point is, this is just a read and file, review and file tonight. But if we're looking at approving this at the next meeting, we've got to do a lot more, and it can't be, we have to have a plan to go along with this, a timeline, how it's going to happen. It needs to be, we can't rush into this, and there's no need to rush into it. But we definitely need to address this issue of street homelessness. But again, let's do it in the right way. So I've said enough for now, and I'll go to Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Move to receive and file.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Velpula. Councilmember Gordon Young.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just remind the council that there are some things that we must consider. Yes, we do have a plethora of resources for our unhoused populations, but please keep in mind that there are some unhoused individuals who are banned from all of those shelters or all of those facilities. So we can't always assume that everyone is going to be able to be placed. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done in terms of, opening up those doors that have been closed if possible. And that's going to include some case management. I don't know if I'm understanding correctly, were there two employees that are designated toward this particular task, or no? Did I understand that?
I had mentioned in my opening remarks that the city currently employs 2 housing coordinators who work in this arena.
Okay. And I have seen in my own experience that the Peoria County Jail becomes their house, right? And I've also seen people come in, and maybe they stay there for 2 days and they're released. I've seen individuals within 4 hours, because they are in a particular location, because they don't have anywhere to go, they are arrested again. And so I agree with Madam Mayor regarding making sure that we are not criminalizing individuals who are unhoused. And so definitely making sure that we are addressing mental health challenges when we can, making sure that we're addressing substance abuse and use when we can. But then also understanding that there is a population of individuals that you can give them all the services and they're just not comfortable with, settings that are sheltered. So I do want to work on the homelessness, certainly. I think we all want to do that. But I agree that we have to do that strategically. Otherwise, we can cause more harm, and we certainly have a duty to do no harm. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Vespa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Corporation Counsel, if we were to pass an ordinance that carried with it potential jail time, isn't it true that there would be public defenders appointed for anybody ticketed?
So we would bring these matters to the circuit court. We're able to prosecute our ordinance violations in circuit court, and that's where these would be prosecuted. And the courts have the ability, if there is a jail term potential, to appoint the public defender that are available in the court system.
Yeah. So I think you have a right, I could be wrong, to the appointment of an attorney if you are facing potential jail time. Your loss of a fundamental right, constitutional right. Would we increase our costs? Would we have to pay for those public defenders, appointed attorneys? Would it be more time for our legal department to prosecute these cases if they had to face off against public defenders?
So our legal department, as the city manager mentioned earlier, is fully staffed. We'll be without additional staff, we're able to prosecute and presently do prosecute a number of ordinance violations in circuit court. And so that would add to that regular call, and our staff would be able to handle that without additional funding to the legal department. So there'd be activity, an increase of activity. That's one of the reasons, or one of the many reasons why we've fully staffed the legal department. As far as the cost of the public defender, it's my view that that's a cost of the court system and not a cost that would be charged back to the city. The county might take a different view of that, but at this point I haven't had that conversation, and I don't anticipate that they would be looking for contribution from the city on that issue. Thank you.
Right. Well, I mean, the public defender office is a county operation, so I would expect them to have a bit of an issue if they started needing to send staff to defend against our ordinance prosecutions. That's just my speculation on the issue. I noticed that the alternative was either a fine or community service. Fines, it seems pointless to issue fines for people that are homeless. You might not be able to. But if we were to ask the court to order them to do community service, what happens if they don't do the community service? Now, I say that knowing that in misdemeanor court, if you are ordered to do that, the alternative is jail time. If you don't do the community service.
To be honest, the purpose of the fines are not a revenue issue. It's to increase the penalties over time and to allow us to move through to the third penalty, where at least the court has the option to say, if you're not going to abide by the ordinances of the city, you have an option. You either abide by the ordinance or the court has the opportunity to put the person in jail. This is common to any set of ordinances. And we only get there after there's a warning and an opportunity to voluntarily comply. But just like any of our public disorder ordinances, these are issues that are endemic in all of these ordinance enforcements.
Do we have any other ordinances on the books that carry jail time?
We've incorporated all of the criminal code by reference, and we have the option to prosecute cases in the circuit courts and seek jail time. We don't often do that.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, I would think.
It has been to date, but I was asked to craft a solution for this particular problem that includes sufficient penalties to compel compliance. And this is a common model that's used in this arena throughout the state as well as throughout the nation, and is a common tool in our current ordinance structure as well.
I appreciate that. I do have reservations about the penalties being assessed. I also, you have to ask the question, where else are they going to go? If you try to clear out the encampments. We do have the Phoenix Manor coming. I think it's 55 units that are going to be available in a year. And my hope is that we can achieve functional zero homelessness. We're not there yet, but I mean, if we're just kicking out people and not expecting them to just leave town, I don't think that's a good policy. I would expect it to come back on us too, especially since we're the ones who have the big hearts offering all the services. But yeah, I am optimistic. I do think we have Headington Oaks, West Peoria, with mental health treatment. We have Jolt. We have good services here in town. We just don't have the beds. And if we get those beds, I think it's going to take care of itself. I'm optimistic about that. In the meantime, just kicking people out from one park to the other to under the bridge doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Certainly, if there's some sort of health emergency or drugs or what have you, then that would make more sense. I have no problem with that. But as it's written right now, I do have concerns about the ordinance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your opening remarks. I think that framed the conversation well. Corporation Council, appreciate the efforts you put in walking us through the city's efforts to address homelessness, and Director Doolin and Grants Coordinator Catherine Murphy have done a yeoman's job in accessing as much funding as possible to address this. And I think we don't want to diminish the tremendous effort that's taken place at this council's direction to squarely hit this in the head. And I think you did a good job also, Corporation Counsel, in describing the problem and the situation we find ourselves in. The ordinance before us tonight for first reading makes a lot of sense because to quote the ordinance itself or the communication to council, this ordinance recognizes the city's obligation to all residents to protect their health and safety. It continues in saying people camping on public property are exposed to elements without the benefit of sanitary sewer, water, heat, and respite from high temperatures. You know, this sounds like the beginning of a powerful ordinance that will truly impact the plight of the unsheltered population in Peoria. I'm really proud to be part of the council that recognizes the city's obligation for the health and safety of all our residents and to ensure their sanitary sewers, water, heat, air. Those are some basic human rights that I think we all agree on. In my opinion, however, this ordinance really doesn't address that and falls short of those goals. Believe me, I understand how uncomfortable it is to drive by these homeless camps. I work downtown. I drive by them every day. I know people in the businesses that look out their window and see them. But for me, it's also uncomfortable thinking that we're going to eliminate a perceived nuisance while we're not really addressing the underlying problem. I've spent time talking to some of the subject matter experts, if you will. The continuum of care is an amazing resource for us as a council and for those experiencing homelessness. We've got a number of folks that I've reached out to just to get a little better feel for how this actually is playing out. And I've been told that there's maybe 30 or 40, at the high end, 50 people that are truly involved in these encampments throughout the city. Well, currently we have two agencies, the Dream Center and Salvation Army, that provide low barrier shelters. So you might ask, why do we still have, call it 50 people unsheltered? Well, clearly there's some mental health issues at play here. I think we've seen that in the past. And something I wasn't aware of until I talked with Kate Green today is that a lot of these folks have pets that aren't allowed in shelters. And we understand the service pet thing in a different way than we did 5 years ago. And let's be honest, there's drug usage also. Well, as has been already said, I would respectfully repeat that this ordinance right now, the way it's written, will hit the most vulnerable in our community and seems to be more punitive rather than constructive. I'm really excited to explore some of the resources you highlighted, Mayor, what other cities have done, because just in the short time that this has been on my radar here as we were preparing for this meeting, I know there's cities that have things called interim housing communities and transitional encampments. And I don't know all the regulations on our grant dollars, but the rapid rehousing funding could possibly, can we use that for some out-of-the-box thinking like this? As has been pointed out also, the support services is clearly in need of this population, just seeing the number of calls for service the fire department has had there. So before we go any further, I really would encourage staff to meet at the table with the continuum of care, with Jolt, with Phoenix, the Dream Center, Salvation Army, if I can be so bold, I'd like to be at that table too and just see what kind of brainstorm ideas we can have so that, as Councilman Vespa said, we're offering them a place to go and not telling them just to get out. So once those discussions are complete and we have a plan in place, I think you'll see this council embrace arms and support restricting unauthorized camping on public property. But that's a big if, and I want to see that done, and I want to be part of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Totally agree. Thank you. Councilmember Graham?
If we're going to be having mass eruptions every time someone speaks, then obviously we don't have a maturity level in here to have a discussion. And I'm going to speak for the people of Peoria. I'm going to speak for them because I think they've gotten a really bad rap. The people I represent, and I dare say the people you represent, and all of you around this horseshoe, have nothing but compassion for the people who are unhoused and who are living like animals outside. Like animals. Yes, like animals. So who is lacking compassion, ladies and gentlemen? We are trying to do something about it. Nobody is trying to be punitive in spite of the fact that it appears that someone is trying to set this up, that if we take any action to address real problems, we're being punitive. That is absolutely ridiculous. You explain to the business people downtown who have spent millions of dollars to attract people here how it makes sense for people to get out of their cars in one of our parking decks, and we have defecation and urination remains in our stairwells. And people are going to our civic center, or maybe they're not going to our civic center. How do we pay our bills if people don't want to come to Peoria? How do we keep real estate values where they need to be? If you have a homeless encampment next to a proud neighborhood with people shooting up in broad daylight and then blame the police department because they produce lights there to discourage people from shooting up and possibly killing themselves. Our homeless people, believe it or not, are about twice as likely to die 20 years earlier than everybody else, or to have a fatal overdose. So, you know what? The people of Peoria need to know that we're being proactive about this. I don't want to hear that we're moving hastily on anything. For how many years have we had this going on? How many years have I communicated with you, manager, about these problems? You, Mr. Doolin, how many years has this gone on? And then all of a sudden, I guess, this Supreme Court case gives us power to do this. Really? We already had the power to move on this a long time ago, Mayor, and you know we did, because we have a non-delegable, I repeat that, non-delegable responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of, this is where I agree with you, all of our citizens. So the idea that we're all of a sudden running at this problem like we haven't been dealing with this for some time is absurd. And if you don't believe me, you go talk to my constituents in all of the great neighborhoods from the River's Edge all the way out to Richwood High School, and I dare say in all of the council districts. Now, if we end up passing something here that's meaningless, we will have betrayed the public. We will have betrayed our public. And as for the idea that we're going to criminalize somebody, hey, it takes two to tango. You know, where I come from, last I heard, and I'll bet a lot of you who are listening at home, and Mayor, I'm not going to continue to fight this crowd. If they can't conduct themselves in accord with the decorum of this chamber, they need to go. I'm not going to. This is an attempt to intimidate. Now, we can have another crowd down here next council meeting. If you want to hear from them, that's fine. But this is absolutely ridiculous that we're trying to vilify the people of Peoria and their elected representatives for trying to get a hold of this problem and save many of these people who are unhoused from an untimely death. It's serious business. If you had to get the calls that I get, my district encompasses the central business district. I get calls from everybody. I've been around a long time. If you had to hear from the people in the neighborhoods, you might have a different perspective on this. You might have a different perspective on this. They have rights too. We had a homeless encampment that went right up, maybe I should call it an unhoused encampment, to an elementary school with needles everywhere. It took how many weeks? 3 weeks, Director Doolin, for you to clean that mess out? We have disease vectors in many of our parking decks. And we're asking people to come downtown and attend events. And we had to have professional cleaning done, manager. Did we not? Let's get down and dirty and granular about this, what we're talking about. Nobody here wants to hurt anybody. We want to help them. That's why I have said over and over again how heartened I am to hear that we're going to have a 100-bed psychiatric hospital. Not soon enough, going along Route 91. Why I was happy to contribute money to Carle Health to help retrofit Headington Oaks into a center where we could provide psychiatric services, both pediatric and adolescent. Happy to do that. But, manager, do you have the figure, since the people of Peoria are so cruel and don't care about these folks, how many millions and millions of dollars have we spent to deal with this problem? And as we spend that money, guess what? We're a haven then. Have you figured that out? We become a haven. Peoria is the place to go because we build it, they'll come. We'll never get ahead of it because people are coming from other communities. Does that make any sense to you? To me, that is ridiculous. We do not allow in the city of Peoria people to live in homes without electricity, running water, and plumbing. Why would it be okay for them to live outside in encampments? I have been saying this for how many years to you, manager? How many years have I been trying to get the homeless continuum to address this? There isn't one person in this city, at least that I know of, who doesn't have nothing but the most benign intentions to address this problem. Nobody wants to throw people in jail unnecessarily. But when it comes right down to it, if they've been warned and warned and warned, last I look, and we've been hearing a lot about this, nobody should be above the law in this country. Right? You say that all the time. Well, that means everybody. And to the extent that you put anybody above the laws that this body passes, we're on very dangerous ground. And I'll have more to say about this later. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to hear from Councilwoman Gordon Young, but I do want to say that I don't think anyone here that has spoken so far has said that we want to continue homeless encampments in Peoria, because I don't feel that way. I think we have to address the problem strategically, and we have to provide the appropriate support for the people that live in those encampments before we just uproot. So, Councilwoman Gordon Young.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's really easy, or it's easier to talk about the problem without including what we perceive to be the problem. And I want to be careful that as we are making these decisions to create a better quality of life for our unhoused populations, that we're including them. I too want to be at that table, and I've talked about a task force for mental health and including substance use. On a daily basis, I have conversations, so I know that these are people. and they have families and they have dreams. And I think about the woman who worked in the healthcare industry and she lost her job and she was trying to raise her boys and she died. And her 17-year-old son who found himself homeless, unhoused, and didn't have anywhere to go. And so when we talk to people, we get to understand how they came to be quite often. And so I just want to make sure that as we are having this conversation, and I certainly agree with the work that's being done, we got to have more input. We have to be more proactive and preventive and have conversations to find out what folks need. How did they get there? How do we move them through this challenging time in life with dignity? You know, and the unhoused population doesn't always live under a tent. There's a large population of people that are finding shelter wherever they can. And I say it again, sometimes that does include the Peoria County Jail, but making sure that we are not so detached and disconnected that we don't understand the plight of our people. And so I just can't stress that enough, making sure that we have people that are I'm willing to go because I already go to areas that are unpopular, to areas that may not seem safe, to areas where, you know, it's not so clean. I'm okay with that because that could be my brother, my sister. And I think about that. And I think we got to think about that when we are trying to figure out how to do this, but then also including our nonprofits who do all the work. You know, there's so many places here, the Porch Pantry, you know, I got my own nonprofit where we give away free. We're trying to help, but it really does, no pun intended, take a village. It really does. And it's not always about policy. It's about people. Let's not forget that, you guys. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Euler? Wait, there we go. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I've heard several times in this discussion already that folks around this council want to be at the table. This is the table. So I'm not really sure what exactly the confusion is because the elected members of this body are here to actually make policy and try to solve problems. So anytime any of you want to provide some ideas, I'm sure the manager and the city attorney will be more than happy to listen to those and help craft them into the ordinance. But sitting here on Tuesday night after staff has done their job and then saying, oh, well, we need to come up with some new ideas, be a part of those ideas. This is the table. Thank you.
Welcome. I guess my last comment on this, Mr. Manager, Council, is that I think there needs to be some more work before this ordinance is brought back in its same state. I think it has some shortcomings in it, and some of those relate to citations and jail time, in my opinion. And the approach, I think there needs to be a plan in terms of how we go about, in terms of removing people from encampments. What does that look like? And again, there's some technical assistance that can be provided by some experts across the country who are willing to offer their time free to assist. And they, you know, are familiar with some of the best practices, things that have worked in their area. So I think that we should be open to that and not rush. Again, it's something needs to be done, you know, this year, soon, but there's some work that has to be done in between time. And in terms of meetings, you know, that engage some of the public, some of the people that live in encampments, some of the people that are homeless, listening to those activities can happen. And we have the privilege of attending some of those meetings if we so choose to. And we need to be good listeners, and we need to be engaging the public in some of these discussions, not just around the horseshoe. So that's all I have to say. And we have a motion to receive and file with no additional comments. I would ask you to please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at presentations. 24-237 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to receive and file the 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report audited by Clifton, Larson, and Allen. And on your desk, there is a bound audit report along with the audit presentation as well.
Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Thank you for your time, council members. My name is Brian Mattis. I am a director at Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm here to present the results of the city's 2023 audit. You're probably used to seeing Adam Pulley up here. He's the principal who's ultimately in charge of overseeing and signing the audit. He had a prior commitment tonight, so I'm going to be presenting in his absence. Also with me over here, I have John Neerkorn. For the past couple of years, he's been the fieldwork in charge on the city's audit, mostly in charge of overseeing audit staff during our fieldwork. Listed on the screen here are the 4 audit deliverables that we issue as part of the audit. I'm going to be touching on each of these individually over the presentation. The first deliverable I will be touching on is the annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. That is the big, thick, bounded copy you have on your table. The ACFR is essentially the financial statement of the city for 2023. We do issue an independent auditor's opinion over the ACFR, for which we issued unmodified clean opinions over all of the city's opinion units. It is a pretty thick document. Don't expect you to read it from front to back. For that reason, I usually recommend that individuals reference the MD&A, or Management Discussion and Analysis, on page 5. That gives you pretty good high-level summary information of the financial happenings of the city in 2023. The next deliverable I will be touching on is the single audit. That's one of the smaller bounded copies you have in front of you. The single audit includes 2 different opinion letters. The first one would be the Government Auditing Standards Report, or GAS report. This report mostly touches on internal controls over financial reporting and related compliance. We did note one, financial statement finding in 2023 related to material audit adjustments. This is a repeat finding. It's pretty much expected going into the audit based on our understanding with the city and the help we provide related to government-wide financial statement audit adjustments. The other opinion letter included in the single audit is the Uniform Guidance Report. This report pretty much touches on internal controls and compliance related to federal grant awards. We did issue unmodified clean opinions over all 3 of the federal programs, major federal programs that we tested. There was one federal award finding we came across during the year related to suspension and debarment, which in that instance there was, I believe, 6 different vendors that we tested, and there was one that we came across that was not checked for suspended or debarred status prior to the city engaging that vendor. The third deliverable, I haven't been flipping. The third deliverable I'll be touching on is the TIF audit. The TIF audit also includes 2 different opinion letters. The first one is an independent auditor's report for which we had unmodified clean opinions over all of the TIF funds included in that report. The second opinion letter touches more on the side of noncompliance, which we did not come across any noncompliance during the TIF audit. And then the last deliverable that I'll be touching on is the governance communication letter. That's the unbounded copy you have in front of you. Pretty much the governance communication letter is a chance for us to communicate any noteworthy audit matters to the council. There's a couple of key elements that are touched on in the governance communication letter, which are mentioned up here above. A couple of them, one of them being accounting, or One of them being significant accounting policies. There was one new significant accounting policy implemented during the year, which was GASB 96. GASB 96 was required to be implemented by the city. It touches on the topic of subscription-based IT arrangements and how those get reflected in the financial statements. Also, another thing that's touched on in the governance communication letter is estimates. There are a handful of estimates that go into the ACFR. Two of the larger, more significant ones are net pension liability and total OPEB liability. Both of these estimates are ultimately calculated by an independent actuary. There were no disagreements or difficulties with management during the audit process. And then you will probably notice there's a handful of attachments attached to the back of that letter. Those are pretty much the uncorrected misstatements that we came across during the audit, as well as the corrected misstatements. And that is all I had prepared today. I would like to take a chance to thank Kyle and the finance team for their help and their patience with us during the audit process. And yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. And you're Mr. Pulley?
I'm Mr. Mattis. Mr. Pulley is not in attendance today,
Okay.
so I'm presenting in his absence.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Seer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just make a motion, and before I make my motion, Mr. Manager knows that, but I know it's only a receive and file, but it makes me anxious when I get this packet of information. I'm asked to make a motion without having time to read it. And again, I know it's just a file, a receive and file, but it makes me anxious anyway. So, and I know there's nothing we can do every year. It's the same way, right?
Right. Well, we did send it to everyone several weeks ago. So,
Madam Mayor, move to receive and file.
Seconded by Councilmember Euler. Any other questions? Discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always good to have a clean audit. Madam Clerk?
We are on to regular business. 24-238 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Equal Opportunity Office with a request to receive and file a communication regarding the current City of Peoria Affirmative Action Plan. And on your desk, there is an updated Affirmative Action Plan that has also been updated on your iPads.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to turn the floor over to our Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Melody Green, to walk through this affirmative action plan that takes through the data up through, I think, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. City Manager, Mayor, and the council. First off, I want to apologize for the yellow copy. It was brought to my attention at about 5 p.m. that the even pages had not printed. So we went into crisis mode and all hands on deck. We were able to get this done. So thank you to the clerk's office, to Ed Hopkins, who was just reviewing the document and called and informed me, and to everybody who saw me running frantically throughout the walls of City Hall. So on your desk is a yellow hard copy of our most current affirmative action plan, which focuses on our workforce demographic and where we stand in terms of recruiting, hiring, promoting, and retaining minorities and women in each of our respective departments across the organization. Ensuring that equal opportunity and affirmative actions for minorities and women are supported and that discrimination and harassment are eliminated continues to be an overarching goal. This affirmative action plan has a three-part analysis. And the report includes 3 diagnostic components that includes a breakdown of, number 1, the workforce analysis. And the workforce analysis includes all jobs, all titles, pay ranges, and it's broken out by the number of employees, by gender and racial ethnic groupings. The second component of the diagnostic is the job group analysis. The job group analysis includes job groups, job titles, and it calculates the percentage of minorities and women in each group. Lastly, in that three-part diagnostic is the availability analysis. And this is important because the availability analysis establishes a benchmark against which the demographic composition of our workforce may be compared to determine whether barriers exist in equal employment within certain job groupings. This data is based on the most current federal EEO data, and it consists of data from the Peoria Metro Statistical Area in all categories except for officials and administrators. That area consists of the entire state of Illinois for the statistical grouping. The data is also based on external availability as well as internal availability. When we talk about external availability, we talk about qualified individuals who are outside of our organization that we could pull from and pull into our organization if they're interested, if they apply, and if we're able to bring them on to our workforce. Internal availability talks about promotions and transfers from people that are already within our workforce, and again, qualified or able to become qualified to be promoted or to take on different positions within our workforce. The report goes on to give us placement goals. The three-part analysis shows us a snapshot of our workforce, and using that snapshot, we establish those placement goals. They are pursuant to federal law, and we use them to at least meet our availability in each category. However, the goals are only established when there are statistically significant areas for improvement. So I repeat, the goals are only established when there are statistically significant areas for improvement. So our key takeaway from this report, we're doing a great job of meeting the respective goals based on that three-part diagnostic and based on that availability analysis. We have one area of increased focus, and that is in women in the protective service. So that means women in police and fire. This area is denoted in red on page 72 on the report itself. In all other categories, we are on track and are matching with that Peoria Metro statistical data and that Illinois statistical data. So we're engaging in action-oriented programs to continue bringing on all applicants that we can, all qualified applicants, but specifically women in the protective services, since that is the group that is highlighted on this report. Part of those things that we engage in are continuing to train all interview panels on hiring obligations and on intentionality when we are set up to do these interviews and bring people into our organization. We're constantly reviewing and revising job descriptions to include plain language and inclusive language. We're training and giving participation to our current incumbents. And by current incumbents, I mean the people who currently work for us, our current workforce, investing into that workforce and supporting those who are already here so that they can spread the word on how great of an organization the city of Peoria is. We're recruiting at HBCUs, and for those of you who don't know, I attended an HBCU. It's a historically black college and university, such an important place to bring in diverse, qualified candidates, and other various job college fairs that Deborah Bush is working hard on in the HR department. Our subcommittee on police and fire is dedicated to these recruitment and retention efforts. Chief Baxter at the fire department is dedicated, and I was just in a meeting with Sergeant Winkle from the Peoria Police Department last week talking about their recruiting efforts. We acknowledge that this report is focused on the numbers. However, the quality of the work experience is what will sustain our success, and staff is invested in doing the work to make sure our organization is even greater so that our goals can be met. Lastly, I just want to add that we are, another action step that we're engaging in is updates to our Tyler system. We have been working diligently to find ways to pull real-time data so that you do not receive delayed reports or that I can go in and actually audit where we are at any specific time and give you answers that day or that week, or at least in a short time frame. And lastly, this is a living document. So one thing that the city manager and myself learned shortly after I took on this role is that we have to practice rapid iteration. And rapid iteration is to try and mess up and try again and fail and try again until we get it right. And so that's what this document is. We should be able to view this document, go through its components, see where our mistakes have been made or where there's room for improvement, and communicate that throughout our organization going forward. Lastly, I'd like to just give a big thank you to Amelia O'Rogie, who's the DEI generalist, and Gerald Barnett in the HR payroll department. They put their heads together and exchanged this data back and forth with Berkshire, who was our consulting company, and they were able to come up this report after much work had gone into it. So I know this is a lot to digest. If there are any questions or specifics that you'd like me to get into, I'm happy to try to do that now or to speak offline at a later time when you've had more time to digest it.
Thank you, Chief Green.
Thank you.
Very well done. I think we have a few questions. I want to start with a question by asking you to explain why we're using 2022 versus 2023 data.
Sure. So that goes to some of the delay that I talked about and the improvements that we are making with our own systems in Tyler. When affirmative action plans are drafted, they're in theory, they go through the end of the year. So for example, this plan is notated as 2022 compiled data. So that would have been from January 1st of 2022 all the way through December of 2022. And then sometime after that, we would get together and say we'd like to engage in obtaining an updated affirmative action plan. And then sometime after that, you start to exchange data. And then sometime after that, you go to the HR department and say, we need this data, this part is not correct. And they give us data back. And the consultant looks at that and says, no, I need this. There's a pretty lengthy exchange of information that goes into creating an affirmative action plan. And that's because garbage in is garbage out. So we want to make sure that we take the time to provide correct and sufficient data that is maintained by our Human Resources Department and provide that to the consultant in the way that we did. So that's the reason for a bit of delay in the dates. We could have pushed this through faster and it would have maybe said 2023 compiled data, and I will own that. But for the most part, affirmative action plans will always reflect at least 1 year behind the actual date of the data, because that's just how the data is received.
Thank you. We have several comments or questions. Councilmember Allen?
Testing. All right, I just wanted to make sure the mic was working. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Chief Green, for this very detailed report. This is not an easy report to put together. I think it's very reassuring that we have a baseline of where we want to go as far as our internal organization. Ideally, we want to reflect the community that we're serving, and based off the numbers that you've provided, we're heading in the right direction. So again, I appreciate you, your staff member, Amelia, and the HR team for putting this report together. I'm very encouraged about what we're seeing. I know we have more work to do, but I'm very confident in your ability to get us where we need to go. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon Young?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo those sentiments. Thank you, Chief Green, for your work.
Thank you.
I was also going to ask the question regarding the year 2022 versus 2023. I am very curious, though, because there was this, what I believe to be such an empowering campaign to recruit women to the police department. I know we're not talking about 2023, but do you have any numbers regarding like an increase in applicants? Or, I know it's not in this report, but just how that campaign has been going.
I don't have the numbers offhand, but I can say that in my conversation with Sergeant Winkle just last week, he did have some documents that he had printed up and he was using as he continued to progress his recruitment efforts. I'd be happy to see if I could gather some of that information from Sergeant Winkle and from the police department and provide that as a report out if you'd be interested in that. I do think, though, that there has been a great push within the organization, in police and fire and across the entire organization, to be more intentional with our hiring of minorities and women specifically. So I would not be shocked if that when we get this Tyler capability fully up and running, I can pull data for you and go, look how much of a better position we are in right now. And it won't take a year or a year and a half to pull that data for you.
I would love to have that information, because I tell you, if I was a little younger, I think I would have applied just off of the just off of the marketing, because it was beautiful and very empowering and encouraging. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Graham?
Thank you, Mayor. Page 65. I have a question. I do read these documents, and I would like an explanation as to what the appellation protective service workers refers to.
An explanation as to what protected service workers refers to?
Yes.
To workers within police and fire service.
Police and fire, okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, moving down, it says raw statistics 11.29. What does MIN mean above that?
Minority.
Minority. And then what does FEM mean?
Female. I'd like to call it women, but yes, female.
So we're separating out minorities from females.
Yes.
Why is that?
That is what the essence of an affirmative action report does. It's an affirmative action report for minorities and women. They're separate protected classes, and so they're separated in this report.
Okay, what is this weighted factor we're talking about under protective service workers? So we have minorities at 10.16, for females 15.44, and it says Peoria metro area.
Okay, and I'll speak to this the best that I can because I'm not a data expert, but my understanding from my work that I've done on this report is that there are differences in the weight that is assigned to the groups. And the differences here, you can read the factors. Number one, it says a percentage of minorities or women with requisite skills in the reasonable recruitment area. And then number two is the percentage of minorities or women among those promotable, transferable, and trainable. So those are internal versus external factors, and the weights are different based on those things. The internal factors have a 90% weight, and the external factors have a 10% weight. Then the calculation is done between the raw statistics, using the raw statistics and the weighted factors for each category, and that is how availability is derived. What does that mean?
Doesn't make any sense to me. What are feeder job computations?
Feeder job computations?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Jobs that are such as those like promotions, people who are available to be trained and to move into different positions or higher roles within the internal organization.
Okay, but we're moving diligently in the direction of hiring more minorities and females, and that's the stated goal of the city.
To be clear, we are on track in terms of hiring minorities. We are only deficient in the area of hiring women in the protective service specifically. In all other areas, we are on par with the Peoria statistical metropolitan area.
Thank you, Chief Green.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Director, I just one thing I'd like you to help me out with here. I did not receive this up. I noticed that we were missing half the pages on my iPad. I have not gotten an update on my iPad. So if you could check into that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
If I may, Councilmember Kelly, we did, Madam Clerk here, we did update that shortly before the meeting. I'm not sure, has it updated on your iPad?
Well, if you said you did, you did. I haven't been able to find it.
Okay.
I had a look at this before the meeting. I mean, you know, the last few days.
We will look into it.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any instances, have we had any instances, say in the last year or whatever, of either accusations or adjudications of discrimination among our employees?
Adjudications would be spoke to by Corporation Counsel, not myself. I am not aware of any documented instances of discrimination that have come through the Equal Opportunity Office, although I've had many instances of internal and external questions and concerns about an employer environment. Councilman, I will, however, say that that question walks a bit of a dangerous line because it asks me to identify blatant instances of discrimination, and it almost asked me to ignore instances of discrimination that may have been implicitly engaged in, for lack of a better word right now. So no, the short answer is the Equal Opportunity Office has not had any official complaints of discrimination. I am not sure if Corporation Counsel has.
Thank you. Corporation Counsel?
So the best that I can recall, we've had no adjudications over the last 2 years, but I will check and verify that and correct that next week or next meeting publicly if I'm incorrect. But I don't believe we had any adjudications over the last couple of years.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome. Councilmember Jackson? Is it working? There we go.
Mayor. Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's working now. Director Green, I just wanted to thank you and congratulate you and your team for such a good report. I do have just a couple of questions. You talked about, and I don't know if your report will be able to answer my question. You talked about in your conversations with the police department that they were very intentional in their hiring practices. I was just kind of curious, in your report, did you find any information that would indicate minority interest in other areas outside of protective services, police and fire, specifically areas of public works? We do know that sometimes there are certain jobs that people tend to be more prone to apply for, in addition to police and fire, and that might include areas like public works. Did your report show any areas where maybe there had been growth or a need for improvement in those areas? And I'd also be curious, and I know you've only been around for, 2 or 3 years? You talked about the importance of recruitment at HBCUs. And, moving forward, sometimes minorities are not how can I say this? If we're not at those job recruitments at some of those HBCUs, sometimes we find ourselves not able to fill those non-traditional areas that minorities don't always apply for. And I'm talking about all those other areas, all those other city departments outside of protective services. Were you able to find any information indicating intentionality in areas outside of protective services?
Well, my answer to that would be that there has to have been intentionality across the organization as a whole, because protective service for women is the only area where we are statistically deficient. And I have to give a shout out to the department heads in this organization, really, they've all been, and I've said this before, they've all made this not just my job. And I think that that has been the reason that these numbers have come back the way that they are. I also want to reiterate, we don't have a floor per se, but we definitely don't have a ceiling either. So these efforts will definitely continue. And I am happy to look further into some of the numbers. If you like specific things, feel free to reach out to me, and any of you feel free to reach out, because I know this is a lot of data, and I can specifically dig into certain areas to the extent that we have that metric, and I will find it for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Chief Green.
Thank you, Mayor Eileen.
Welcome. Madam Clerk?
We still need a motion.
Oh, okay. We had a motion to receive, and we need a motion to receive and file. Moved by Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Graham. Any additional comments or questions? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
24-239 is a communication from the city manager and chief of police with a request for the following. A, accept the Greater Peoria Auto Crimes Task Force grant from the Illinois Secretary of State in the amount of $1,501,100, and B, adopt an ordinance amending the City of Peoria 2024-2025 biennial budget relating to the general fund and capital fund to recognize the receipt of grant funding from the Illinois Secretary of State, providing the Greater Peoria Auto Crimes Task Force in the amount of $1,501,100. We need separate votes on each, and item B requires a 2/3 vote of council members voting, no less than 6 votes.
Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to turn the floor over to our police chief to talk about this grant.
Good evening. Okay, I'm working. Good evening, council, mayor, city manager. Before I start, I want to reiterate that in 2023, our state's attorney, who's in the back of the room, brought this forward to the police department, involving our sheriff, the Illinois State Secretary of State Police. So I'm going to pass it off to the I'm going to get his title right, our Deputy Director for the Greater Peoria Auto Crime Task Force, to just give a summary of the work that's been happening and how these funds are being used.
Thank you, Chief. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Fulsher. I'm a sergeant with the Illinois Secretary of State Police. I'm assigned to the Greater Peoria Auto Crimes Task Force as the Deputy Director. Just to give you a short brief on what the task force is, it's a partnership between the Peoria Police Department, the Peoria County Sheriff's Office, the Peoria County State's Attorney's Office, the National Insurance Crime Bureau, and the Illinois Secretary of State Police. The task force is comprised currently of 3 Secretary of State Police investigators, 2 Peoria County Sheriff's Office deputies, 1 Peoria Police Department detective, and 1 assistant state's attorney, and 1 National Insurance Crime Bureau special agent. The overall goal, just to give you the shortest version of this, is to improve the crime related to vehicle hijacking, vehicle theft, precious metal theft like catalytic converter theft. It's our attempt to reduce that by way of investigation, apprehension, prosecution, prevention, just from the beginning to the end. I believe you guys all received a little publication. I tried to keep it simple in I call it a one-pager if you did it front and back. The numbers that you're seeing for the year 2023, the 129 is just the amount of vehicles that we have recovered since we've been in inception of January 1st of 2023 to December 31st. Those other numbers that you're seeing there are the arrests that we specifically made, and then the dollar value that you're seeing there is a dollar value according to the National Automobile Dealers Association fair market value assessment of the 129 vehicles. Okay, I apologize if you do not have that in front of you. It jumps down to 2024, and it just displays where we're at as far as arrests from January 1 to present time and the amount of vehicle recoveries we're at. If you were going to ask me how we're doing, I would say by the numbers, this would be a comparison to 21 and 22 prior to GPAC for short. We have an increase in arrests and a decrease in vehicle thefts. When this grant was initially accepted, it was because Peoria had a very high per capita of vehicle thefts and vehicular hijackings. So I believe our model is on track to reduce that in the best way that we can possible. Why you guys are here hearing me today is part of the grant requirements is every year there is funding that's dispersed. Prior to it getting to you guys and gals, the regulatory body that we report to is called the Illinois Vehicular Hijacking and Motor Vehicle Theft Prevention and Insurance Verification Council. They saw this and approved the funding prior to getting it to you. Just to give you a breakdown, if you do have the grant application in front of you, it'll put it in categories of personnel, what it costs for all of the salaries, the benefits of everyone involved. It'll break down the supplies. Think of it as we're a small little police agency, so we'll have to do the day-to-day operation upkeep, keeping the lights on, paying for phones, internet, TVs, other equipment that we'll end up purchasing. So that's why you see the dollar amount that you see. I don't think I have anything else unless.
And I'll state that they've been doing a phenomenal job, and it really has alleviated our officers from a lot of follow-ups. They come out in the middle of the night if a car is recovered. They take the lead on the case and really follow through on it. So they've just done a phenomenal job. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Police Chief Echeverria. We do have some comments or questions from the council. I do want to recognize State's Attorney Jody Hoos in the back, as well as Sheriff Chris Watkins. Thank you for being here. And this is a lot of money for a great cause. Councilmember Euler.
Move to approve item A.
Seconded by Councilmember Sear. Was that your light, why your light was on too? Oh, okay. So you want to talk?
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for being here tonight, Judy and Chief and Sergeant. In the 5th District, I obviously appreciate this work tremendously because of all the phone calls and emails I'm getting from all the different dealerships I have in the 5th District. So thank you very much. All this work is very well, very much appreciated. I only have one question because I love numbers. And I talked to you already, so you know this question just come in. On the bottom of page, actually page 1, but 599 here. We're looking at this council communications talks about having 4 jobs, basically. 2 police officers, an auditor, and an administrative assistant. Personnel and fringe is $1.262 million. Can you talk to us a little bit about that amount of money, since it's, the largest portion, obviously, the 1.5?
Yes, thank you. So the salary line that you're seeing there, the way that it's broken down is it's paying for the salary of the 2 Peoria County Sheriff's Office deputies, the Peoria County Assistant State's Attorney, the Peoria Police Detective, and also it would cover another detective position whenever Chief gets his numbers up to be able to help us with that. And then it would also cover the overtime expense with the SOS investigators. You don't pay for our salaries, though. The Secretary of State handles that. And then it would pay for the administrative office position. And then in the future, if we are ever able to get 2 auditors, they're a civilian support staff that would help with us regulating auto parts recyclers and scrap metal processors. So with all of those positions comes your base salary, your medical, your dental, your vision, your pension as well. So on top of that, we have to project or forecast overtime. So put all of that together, that's the worst case scenario that you would have potentially salary-wise. I say it like that because I doubt we'll likely spend all of that money, but want to make sure we cover all of our bases so we're not running out of money. Using last year as an example, we did not use all of our money that we had allotted or put away for the personnel side of things.
Thank you very much for your great work and being here tonight. And I really think it's very, very important work, especially for all these dealerships that are obviously selling a lot of cars in this area, but are already also paying a tremendous amount of sales tax and property taxes and are a very important business in our community. So thank you very much for all you do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gordon Young.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, could you speak to what the relationship or the collaboration, if you will, between the city of Peoria and Peoria County, like what that looks like?
So he obviously kind of hit on it, but we only have one detective, and so I don't want to look at the sheriff because he's been on me about adding another one since he has two. And when we get our staffing levels up, we'll be able to put another one in there. So he's carrying the bigger weight on this task force than I am. So I apologize, Sheriff. So there's a great collaboration, obviously, between the Sheriff's Office, ourselves, the Secretary of State, and obviously the State's Attorney. And when this was brought forward, we wanted to be part of it, obviously. The Sheriff and I have a great relationship. Our detectives, our staff work collectively together off-site with the Secretary of State. But every day, we see them in the station, we see them out on the street. Anytime there's a call out, they have access to our station. It's just great collaboration. So
just for clarification, for I guess for me, but maybe somebody else as well. So when I think of Peoria County, right? So there's a jurisdiction piece there. So is this if something is in the counties, on the county side, then there is staff available, or do they cross jurisdictions?
Yeah, it's all of Peoria County.
Okay.
Correct. But unfortunately, a lot of it is happening in the city of Peoria.
Okay.
Proper. So that's why I say the sheriff's carrying a lot of weight on this team, and I got to step up on our staffing levels, get better.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, the council communication is talking about 4 people, okay? 2 Peoria police officers, an auditor, and an administrative assistant. You spoke of, I think, 2 county deputies. Is that right?
That's correct. So this is forecasting the hopes that we can add one this next year. So that's budgeted in there if we're able to provide one.
And are there any others, or does it top out at 6 people?
No, we do have an allotted monies in there for another agency to participate. We just haven't really got to that point yet because we're still trying to put everything foundation-wise together.
Okay. And how many people would you want to see from that other organization?
As many as they would like to give me.
Well, if you can't pay them, that's going to be hard.
Well, the amount of money that is projected there is, I guess the best way that I could describe it, we base it off of what a 5 to 10 year employee would be of a similar police agency. So there is money there already set aside for that purpose. I don't know if that answers the question the best, but.
Well,
2 more. Is probably the answer. We want 2 more if possible.
Yes.
Want 2? Okay. So it would be it would be 8 people.
Yes, if we could
if you get
have it fully staffed, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. No more questions or comments? We have a motion. Oh, we need to take one at a time. Where did that motion come from? Okay. and it was seconded by Councilmember Seer. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. First motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Euler?
Move to approve item B.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Seer. Any questions or comments? Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Chief, State's Attorney, Sheriff. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
24-240 is a communication from the city manager and assistant city manager with a request for the following. A, adopt an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the City of Peoria Downtown Stadium Tax Increment Redevelopment Plan and Project. And B, adopt an ordinance approving the Fifth Amendment to the City of Peoria Downtown Stadium Redevelopment Agreement with Downtown Stadium, Inc., assignee of the Peoria Chiefs Community Baseball, LLC, for a proposed redevelopment project at 730 Southwest Jefferson Street within the Downtown Stadium TIF District redevelopment project area, and we need separate votes on each.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to turn the floor over to our Corporation Counsel to walk through this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As council knows, in 2000, the city took steps to secure a stadium. The Downtown Stadium's TIF was created. It's a single-purpose tax increment finance district that ran for 23 years, and last year the legislature extended that period for an additional 12 years. The Chiefs are in need of funding. They have been throughout their tenure well-funded by the city as it relates to any increment derived from the property has been transferred back to the Chiefs to support their capital expenditures. We've used the TIF increment early on to support the infrastructure around the stadium. And going forward, we're going to use the TIF increment, if this development agreement is approved, to fund some rehabilitation of the existing facility to bring it up to modern minor league standards, which is a requirement for their ongoing affiliations with the various leagues. So the first item up is to modify the plan. When the TIF was originally created, the council adopted a redevelopment plan. That plan had certain estimated revenues based on a 23-year life. Now we're looking at a 35-year life of the TIF and additional capital needs from the organization-related rehabilitation and ongoing operations that wasn't anticipated over the 23 years. So the TIF Act allows, without a previous hearing, to expand the plan expenditures by the rate of inflation over the life of the TIF plus 5%. We've presented the plan to make those adjustments so that we can fully fund the rehabilitation expenses that the team is engaging in, new field, upgraded facilities, locker rooms, things like that, that'll contain the amenities necessary for them to maintain their league affiliations. And those expenditures will be reimbursed over the 12-year remaining in the tax increment financing district. And so the plan needs to be amended, and that's the first step. The law requires that we provide a notice of this after the fact to the taxing districts, and we'll do that. So the first item is to amend the plan, and the second is to approve the redevelopment agreement, which is structured like our typical tax increment financing redevelopment agreements, where they will submit annual reimbursement requests, and as long as they have TIF-eligible expenditures, those will be taken care of. One element of the original deal, in order to return all of the property tax increment back to the chiefs to support their ongoing matters through either eligible redevelopment costs or through additional incentives, would have been funded by the general fund. And so in the future, if we run out of TIF-eligible expenditures, the agreement includes that provision again. Again, that was part of the original deal back in 2000 and continues to be an element of this plan. We don't think, based on all the projections, that we'll get to that point because there's sufficient eligible costs and sufficient to increment over the life of the 12-year life to zero those issues out. we don't anticipate right now that that additional item will be a draw on the general fund. If you've got any questions, I'd be happy to address them. And again, there's two matters before you for your approval.
Okay, thank you, Council. Questions, Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Corporation Counsel, in the 23 years that the stadium TIF has been in existence, have we ever had to go into the general fund?
The TIF increment over the life of the TIF has funded all of the reimbursements that we have provided to the team. So the general fund hasn't been exposed with regard to the TIF reimbursements. There was some utilization of general fund dollars to fully fund all of the infrastructure improvements originally. There was a bond issue that the city drew, and that was part of the plan going forward. And so the general fund was utilized for the project, but not for reimbursement to the developer.
And that infrastructure improvement was fronted financially by the city, but it was paid off by the increment. Is that correct?
Not all of the infrastructure improvement by way of the original costs were funded by the TIF increment, but that was part of what council anticipated when that was all approved.
Okay.
So not every penny that the city has spent money beyond the TIF increment to make sure that there was that beautiful stadium in downtown and that it was adequately constructed and that the infrastructure around it was complementary to that new facility. So those expenditures around it and the infrastructure, some of the property acquisition, things like that, the city had some obligation that was satisfied by general fund dollars in the past.
And that was substantially the, whatever you would call it, the curve on Jefferson. Is that right? That accommodated.
I'll rely on the city manager for the nickname of that roadway.
That is correct.
Okay.
It was the infrastructure improvements. I mean, we dropped the stadium basically into that neighborhood and then moved Jefferson and Adams around.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would move for approval.
Seconded by Councilmember Jackson.
Oh, I should have.
Councilmember Seer.
Mr. Manager, just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at here. Number one, we didn't talk about real money. The first 23 years, ballpark, how much money did we receive from the TIF?
It was roughly about $300,000 a year. So that was, I think, the property taxes that they were paying. They were receiving 100% of that back. They have contested their taxes for going forward. I think it'll be right around $100,000 a year, maybe 110. I think is what their increment will be for the next 12 years.
So tell us about the. So I'm looking at page 7 and 8, the estimated development project cost.
If you look at the very last page of the packet, there's a detailed breakdown of those costs. There's about $2.7 million worth of itemized expenses that they've identified through their discussions with minor league baseball and the improvements that they need to make. So 2.7 million is what they're going to put up front, and then they would receive roughly 1.2 million back over the next 12 years. So it won't fully fund all of their redevelopment expenses, but that's ultimately what we're anticipating would be there.
Okay. In Exhibit A, I see a total of $18.8 million. What is that figure for?
So that exhibit where it's talking about 18.8 is the total project budget in the redevelopment plan that our corporation council was talking about, meaning the amount of money for the construction, the infrastructure improvements, and now these additional renovations that they're making to the stadium. That was the amendment to beef that up to cover these additional expenses that we're talking about.
Tell us a little bit about item D, please.
Well, under TIF, the interest expenses incurred by developers are allowable expenses to be reimbursed. So as they're incurring interest expenses when they may be carrying construction interest on their financing of the project, that's an allowable reimbursement expense under under Illinois TIF law. So that has been utilized in the past as they've looked at capturing a portion of the interest that they've incurred. It's a by right situation that we have that in many instances our development agreements allow for that and incorporate that in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor.
Yes, you're welcome. Any other comments or questions? We're on item A. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Councilmember Kelly for item B.
I will defer to.
You want to defer to Councilwoman Jackson? Okay. Great. Councilmember Jackson.
I move to approve item B, Madam Mayor.
Seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Any questions or comments? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
24-241 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to receive and file the month ended June 30th, 2024, unaudited financial report.
Director Craddy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In your packet is the month end of June financial report. I'll just touch on a few things quickly in here. The current report is about 7% below kind of expected levels for revenues and is up about 10% on expenses. Obviously, when I look at those kind of things, then obviously I want to dig in a little bit deeper to see what kind of is going on with that. Some of that really comes down to, kind of as a reminder to council, the changing of the format this year. We really looked at expected receipts based off of history and basic kind of those expenditures based off of history. Some of the things that we've seen have shifted a little bit. So in my review, I still anticipate that we will be in the black for 2024. A lot of the difference on the expense side is primarily just our expenses for specifically ARPA are coming faster. And so we just have spent those a little bit earlier than we anticipated. But on the whole, I anticipate, just kind of in preparation as I'm starting to think through the 25 budget that will come to you in October, I anticipating us being in the black for 2024. And with that, I'm available if council has any questions.
Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question here. First one for our city manager. The last page of our report, we're talking about the downtown stadium TIF program, which we just took a vote on. There's about $46,000. Where will that money go?
So that's basically just kind of residual fund balance that's there that ultimately will end up going back to the chiefs once that probably the TIF gets finalized and paid out. What we've been doing is kind of, dollars in and dollars out right now in terms of the funds. So,
thank you, sir. Mr. Craddy, I believe that $900,000 from the Civic Center has been repaid.
Yes, it has.
It has now, so next report will be
It
zeroed
will
out.
show up on the July report for council.
Okay, and I told you on page, there's a typo. I want to make sure everybody understand. On page 5 of 10, tell us about the state sales tax.
Yeah, we did not receive $156 million last year at this point.
I just want to make sure. Yes.
$15.63 million. So I apologize for the typo, but we still are ahead of pace compared to last year.
Thank you very much for all your work, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
Move to approve. Or is that file? Is that request to receive that? Move to receive and file.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Any other discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Craddy. Madam Clerk?
We are at unfinished business. 24-143 is a communication from the City Manager, Corporation Counsel, and Director of Public Works with a request for the following. A, approve an amendment to the Landfill 2 agreement with Waste Management, Inc., pending review and approval by the State's Attorney's Office. And B, adopt an ordinance amending the City of Peoria 2024-2025 biennial budget relating to the Solid Waste Fund for additional work from FOTH for multiple added services in the amount of $100,000. And item B requires a 2/3 vote of council members voting, no less than 6 votes, and we need separate votes, please.
Thank you. Council Hayes.
Actually, this is going to be me.
Oh, this is yours. Okay, Mr. Manager.
We had a meeting this evening or late afternoon with GFL. We are getting closer to resolution on some of the matters that we've had in front of this. I would ask the council for another 2-week deferral, and then once that comes back, hopefully we'll be able to withdraw this item. We're getting very close to wrapping up everything that we need to do. We had a very productive discussion today, and we're going to have a follow-up meeting on the 23rd. So,
Okay. Can I get a motion moved by Councilmember Riggenbach, seconded by Councilmember Valpula? Any discussion? Councilmember Graham?
I'm concerned about the span of time involved in this, and I certainly agree with what Councilman Vespa has expressed in the past. There's something called the phony war. You know, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. I'm not so sure I feel they're operating in good faith. This is the single biggest contract that our taxpayers, I believe, pay for.
well, Councilman, in this regard, there's multiple parties. There's the landfill committee, there's the county, and there's the city. And just in us getting our response back to GFL, it took us a little bit of time to get to them. They got it last week. In the interest of trying to make sure that we could resolve the matters between the parties, we said we would give them time to respond today. So we had that conversation with them. We're going to meet next Friday and have that conversation with them. I totally agree with you that time is of the essence for us to get this done. We are working through that and trying to get this done with all due speed.
When does that landfill that we have get totally full?
So the landfill, based upon, we'll have a better estimate at the next landfill committee meeting. It should be done probably at the end of this year, the first part of 2025, in the first quarter of 2025. And then it will be the responsibility of GFL to take all of our waste and deposit it at another landfill at a significantly lower cost to the city than what we're currently paying to deposit it in our own landfill today.
I want you and Corporation Counsel to know, and I want council members to know that I receive complaints all the time about this outfit. They're not picking up, repeatedly not picking up, garbage, creating sanitary issues all over our city. And then, Mr. Hayes, I mentioned to you an outrage on Picture Ridge Road, where it was the policy of GFL to go ahead and pick up a can filled with raccoons, mother raccoon and her babies, and right there in front of a citizen on Picture Ridge Road said, sorry, this is going in to the garbage truck. And then gleefully compacted the raccoons when he could have left that particular can there. That was just completely an outrage. And you said you were working on some of these issues that we've had with service delivery. This is an area, by the way, at Picture Ridge Road, very close to an IDNR regulated area. It's just outrageous. It's an act of supreme cruelty. And this is what we're dealing with. And our taxpayers are paying for this? Our single biggest contract. I'm sorry, I am not as sanguine as you are that they're not playing games with us. I hope you're right. But do we have a recourse ready? You don't have to disclose it if things go awry.
So where we are right now, this is about the landfill. We're not talking about our hauling contract. And yes, we're very aware of the concerns that have been raised about the hauling contract. That's a separate matter that we'll have to deal with, a separate contractual matter we have to deal with. The issues we're talking about are where our waste is going to go once our current landfill is closed, because the next landfill, we're probably 2.5 years away from that landfill being constructed. Just right now, if they were to start today, it would take them at least 2.5 to 3 years. So in that intervening period, from the end of this year or the first part of next year until that landfill opens up, GFL is responsible for taking the waste, and they're going to have to take it and ship it to Indian Creek, which is in Hopedale, and take it to that landfill and deposit it. For the city, the positive side of that is we will be paying significantly less per ton than what we currently pay today in our own landfill, based upon the contract that we have with Waste Management.
Okay, what the separate contractual aspect, how are we proceeding on that?
So on
like
that,
just
we
doing such
have
fundamental
communicated on
things?
the hauling issues, and the concerns have been raised by you and other council members. We have pointed those out to GFL. We have talked to them about that. They're working to hire additional staff. That is something that they've been working on. We've communicated our concerns over their policies, specifically when it comes to wildlife, and they are going to address that. And so we'll continue to have those conversations, certainly, if we get into any type of contract renegotiation with them.
I remain from Missouri on this, but perhaps you would have something.
Are you done, Councilman Graham?
You know, Mayor, I think maybe.
Yeah, I'm good, yes, okay. Councilmember Regenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've all heard complaints about missed pickups and service delivery. I would just point out to the listening public that PeoriaPicksUp.com, if you go to that site, you can directly put in the missed pickup with the exact location. And my experience from my constituents is that they do respond to that. So that's very important to document that, because our hauling contract is up for renewal next June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
So having this as the background is going to be very helpful as we negotiate that, I think. And I don't have the website, forgive me. Perhaps our communications director can put this again on the website, but there is a survey out there about hauling and garbage pickup that I would encourage all of our citizens to participate in, because we can tell them anecdotally that we get a lot of complaints, but to have that factually backed up by a survey would be very helpful as we negotiate that future hauling contract. And Councilman Graham, I mean, your concerns are shared by many of us on that committee. I can tell you that. And Councilman Euler and I were very adamant in voicing the city concerns as we were working through this. And now Councilman Vespa is a representative on that committee as well. So we hear you and we feel that same thing. So trust but verify. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Regenbach. And the survey, who owns the survey? Who put that out? Mr. Manager, do you know? Is that from GFL? Is that from
us?
I think it's the city's been doing the survey. We'll make sure that we get the information out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This past Thursday at my monthly coffee with constituents, there was a representative from GFL who did attend the meeting, voluntarily owned a lot of the mistakes and the issues that many of us have voiced when it comes to constituent services with their companies. So I believe that some of these communications have felt on them. He mentioned that he would be a reoccurring attendee at my monthly meetings to address these concerns. So appreciate you all advocating for our city, but it sounds like the message is being received. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vespa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with Councilman Regenbach. We do have to trust but verify. I mean, this is a Canadian company that bought out Peoria Disposal Company. You know, sadly, I don't know if we're getting the same service that we are used to and have been used to for years. And I was skeptical, and I still am, that they might be jerking us around and delaying. But I do know that, you know, there have been figures thrown out, and there are multiple parties, as the manager mentioned. Everyone needs to get on the on the same page if we're going to work out some sort of agreement. I know there have been incentives tossed around, which might be favorable to us, might be favorable to the county. That needs to be ironed out. It's a complicated issue, but I mean, yeah, you gotta eventually, decide what road you're going to take here. And running out of patience, but I mean, I'll still agree to defer this another couple weeks. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question, Mr. Manager. Am I correct in thinking that the new landfill is 2 years behind?
Easily, two and a half to maybe 3 years behind, yeah.
Okay. And thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Council Hayes, I recall in the past, at least one time that we grouped items in a deferral. Can I group item A and B in this deferral?
The municipal code allows you to do an omnibus vote. So as long
Okay.
as the motion's made that way, you can do both of them at the same time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to defer item A and B. There's no more discussion. Please cast your ballots. That's for 2 weeks. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
24-202 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to approve the site application for a Class B restaurant 50% food liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Highly Flavored Peoria, LLC, doing business as Highly Flavored at 456 Fulton Street, Suite 186, with a recommendation from the Liquor Commission to approve, contingent upon the issuance of an agreed-upon plan of operation. And there is a motion on the floor to deny the site application.
Okay. Mr. Manager or Council Hayes? Oh, boy, I turned it off. Okay, there we go. Yes, do you want to revisit? I would like for you to reintroduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to.
Okay.
As council may recall, Highly Flavored came forward with a set of proposals to the Liquor Commission for site approval at the Twin Towers Plaza. They'd be in the former Creve Coeur Club suite, which is on the first floor. There were some concerns raised at the Liquor Commission about the hours of operation. Our staff also raised issues regarding security because the entryway to that is exposed to the general mall area, if you're familiar with that, which would not be, largely those businesses wouldn't be open in the evening. And so there were some concerns raised about those issues. In response to the request, the business presented to the Liquor Commission that they wanted to be open until 11 o'clock at night. However, their lease only allows them to be open until 8 p.m. unless there's an agreement by the property owner to allow them to be open later into the evening. So the Liquor Commission's recommendation was to allow them to be open until 11 and have a plan of operations. Staff has been working through potential plan of operations concepts, but is awaiting the site approval in order to move forward with that, because generally plans of operation are within the mayor's purview as the Liquor Commissioner. But we have indicated that we would intend to hold them to their lease terms unless they provide written proof that the landlord's allowed extended hours. And then the plan of operations that staff would present would limit that to no later than 11 p.m. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion, both from members of the public about this. There's a concern about that issue that staff raised back at the Liquor Commission about exposure to the general area of the plaza. And so staff's recommendation is in concert with the Liquor Commission at this time to approve subject to a plan of operations. And we'd be happy to engage in discussions about those if there's any specific questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There were also some concerns related to highly flavored occupancy at Landmark. There was a request for crime reports, and can you shed some light there as well?
Yes, Your Honor. As you may recall, we shared a number of redacted reports with the council members. There were 18 police reports that were actual reports taken during the time that highly flavored was an occupant of Landmark. And that was from the period of October of 2023 through the end of April in 2024. I reviewed each and every one of those reports. There were only 3 of those reports that mentioned highly flavored or the operator, Jeremy Sargent. None of those 3 reports indicated any connection between the chaos reflected in the report and the operations of highly flavored, in my view. Those redacted reports were provided along with the other 15 reports that indicated issues that may not have been connected to any business or that were related directly to the operations of the bowling alley, which highly flavored was within, and would be more along the lines of Landmark being responsible perhaps for those issues as the operator of the bowling alley. And so we took a long-term view as well over a period of 5 years. And in fact, during the period of time that highly flavored was there, about an 8-month period of time, there was a decrease in both calls for service and police incidents from the previous year's similar period of time. And so while highly flavored was in occupancy from October through May of 2024, October 23 through May of 24, there was an increase from the time prior to that. That's typical of our bar issues. We see in many of our bars and restaurants that there's an uptick in activity in the fall and through the early part of the winter, and that's very consistent and not at all a concern related to, in my view, highly flavored operations, but related to just the general increase in activity we see in that period of time. I'm unable to indicate to the council that there's any verifiable proof of any increase in criminality or calls for service related to highly flavored's operational issues at Landmark. Other people may have anecdotal issues, but I could not prove a case if I was before you seeking to sanction highly flavored for their business operations during that period of time. That does not mean that they're appropriate for the site, because that's a different set of issues than their operations. But in my view, their operations don't lend any weight to whether you'd admit or deny the request for the site approval. I think, and staff has expressed, and I've expressed concerns about that footprint, the operation of a business open to the public, which was not what the Creve Coeur Club was, even though it was an alcohol use, it was a private club. Reasonable people can differ whether this is an appropriate site for a liquor use. But I don't think there's any issues related to highly flavored's operations that led to any criminality or chaos issues while they were at Landmark that I could prove. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. The motion, I think the motion was put on the floor by our second district councilman. I'm not sure who seconded it, but there is a live motion on the floor to deny the site application for Class B liquor license for that location at 456 Fulton Suite 186. So I'm going to recognize Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. Mr. Sargent and Mr. Hanauer contacted me today to speak to this particular item. I would like the council to extend the privilege of the floor to both of them, starting with whomever, maybe Jeremy Sargent, since I had his request earlier in the day.
Mr. Sargent? If there's no objections,
Good evening. Man, we've been here since May. Needless to say, this is taking a toll on my family, taking a toll on my employees. You know, the day-to-day stress, financial stress, things of that nature, since I've been held up from the closure to even now to getting open. But I wanted to say this, during this time, I've been extremely blessed. Even though I was faced with, you know, a lot of this stress, a lot of defamation, a lot of things that I had to fight and prove, I would say my innocence in a sense of nature. I had, you know, the Holy Spirit told me to get away with the word but. You know, but was in my mind was a sense of defeat. Was a reason to give up. Was a reason to quit. You know, we all use that term loosely. You know, things like, you know, I wanted to go, but certain circumstances came up. Things of that nature, and I feel like it's used too loosely. So I did away with it for a while. And during this time, I wasn't able to say it until I was able to say it in the right context. So now I say but is when I wanted to give up, but God told me I couldn't. I wanted to throw in the towel on this fight, you know, give up on it, just let it go. It seemed too stressful. But God let me know that this wasn't my fight to fight alone. So now that I use it in the proper context, you know, with the current closures of all these restaurants, Good Tequila, Richards, you know, the Chef and the Baker, Bollywood, I would think the city will want to support these restaurateurs in any way, shape, or form, considering that we're taking the steps and the courage to want to continue to open restaurants in a city where restaurants are closing left and right. So I'm hoping, you know, that the people that's watching the city of Peoria, those who will read this in the newspaper later, are inspired to not give up, you know, to stay in it. Keep your faith, you know, don't give up, regardless of any obstacles you might be facing. Because even though it looks bad now, you know, for me, I honestly believe that it's all going to work out in the end. So regardless of the outcome of tonight, regardless of which way it goes, I just want to say that I'm going to continue to do my best to be that all that God has called me to be. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Sargent. Mr. Hanover?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I apologize for my appearance. I came from flag football practice for a kid, and I also apologize for my smell for those seated next to me. So, you know, what I would say is I own a law firm right across the street, Hanauer Law, and I am Wardcliffe. And what do I mean by that? I mean, a few weeks ago, there was an Empire Lounge that was voted on. And you guys voted it down. Why did you vote it down? You voted it down in part because the neighborhood didn't want it there. You know what? We're taxpayers. We pay the stormwater utility fee. We live in the Twin Towers. We work in the Twin Towers. There are a lot of people in there, and there was a petition circulated, and I know all of you have seen it or received a copy, that says we don't want a liquor license there. Now, I am actually in favor of what Mr. Sargent was saying. I want more restaurants. I want more restaurants. I want him to have a restaurant. I'd love him to have a restaurant there. And if it's not there, somewhere else. I love having restaurants down there. I go to Cultured Grounds. I go to all of the restaurants down there. Okay? This is not a question of whether we want Mr. Sargent or whether we don't. We don't want a liquor license. And I will note that I'm fairly confident, and I'm saying like 98% confident, that the president of his landlord is his uncle. Okay? So any discussion about having a lease agreement and having your, the liquor license, the time, 8 o'clock, unless he can get it agreed to with his landlord to 11, his landlord's president is his uncle. So you can take that for what it's worth. And I'm sorry, my notes are on my phone. So, with respect to the Empire Lounge vote, there were a few people who voted in favor of Empire Lounge against the district council person who voted against it. The person who knows the heartbeat of her district. And what happened after that vote? Did the applicant peacefully walk out and behave? Or did the applicant make a scene that led to some people who actually voted in favor of that applicant saying, well, if I had known that you were going to act like this, maybe I would have voted differently? Seems to me that maybe the district council people are in touch with the heartbeat of their district. And typically, we follow what the district council person wants because they are in touch with their district. And not doing that, quite frankly, I think you left somebody hanging on that vote. Now, there was a FOIA request. I actually had a conversation with the city attorney. I never received copies of redacted police reports. I would love to have seen them. Now, I would love to have received them. I saw some. The level of redaction in those was beyond anything that I have seen, and I see redactions all the time. I'm a lawyer. Nearly whole paragraphs were redacted. So I'm going to just assume that maybe there were things beyond names that people didn't want us to see. Remember the last time we were here about this? Not when it got deferred. Well, not when it got deferred a second time. But all of the people who actually were customers of Highly Flavored that said no. Just remember all those customers. And they ran the spectrum, socioeconomic and racial. And yeah, I'm going to say it because some people in this council or in this chambers have made this about race, and it's not. We've got an applicant who owes the city before he even opens his third location, third business. He owes the city money. Now he's got an agreement to pay, but again, that's not exactly a great start.
About 30 more seconds, Mr. Hanover.
Okay. And I want you to all remember the problems articulated in the chief's letter to the Liquor Commission, where he said the problems. There were substantial problems, which actually were articulated by the city attorney. There are two rules of electoral politics. First, get elected, and second, get reelected. Voting for Highly Flavored here, at least for some of you, may prove costly in your pursuit of reelection. Thank you.
Councilman Greb, I do want to make a note that was not the applicant of Empire Lounge that stormed out. That was not the applicant. Councilman Greb?
Council members, as promised, I did meet again with representatives of the Twin Tower development right across the street. All but one of you extended that courtesy to my constituents. So tonight, I'm back to give you a report right out of Good Government 101. When you do not have buy-in from affected property owners in any neighborhood, you as council members would be well advised to answer one super simple question. Answer one super simple question. Who comes first? The correct answer is the neighbors every single time, ahead of yet one more liquor license applicant. Tens of millions of dollars are invested by the neighborhood development right across the street from City Hall. Tens of millions of dollars in their shops, in their offices, and in their homes. You will find, in this case, honest, hardworking Peorians who have worked diligently to follow all the rules, and they expect us to protect them now. And then there are those who would say, we have this bulletproof panacea plan of operation that should quell any concerns. Council members, how's that plan of operation working for us down at Big Al's right now? Just a few blocks from where we sit. How's that working for us? And for those of you around this horseshoe who apparently derive pleasure in deriding the judgment of my constituents and your constituents in favor of a liquor license applicant, I challenge you to find the energy to work with this applicant to find a neighborhood where the applicant says the applicant wants to be welcomed. Accordingly, because there has been no change in the attitude of the stakeholders in the Twin Tower development, I move once again to deny as previously outlined as their elected representative.
Well, we've already got a motion. I think you made that motion. I'm not sure who seconded that motion. Do you know?
Councilmember Euler.
Euler, okay. All righty, Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my understanding that the applicant owed a fair amount of money to the city in fines before a payment plan was initiated. Is Mr. Manager or Mr. Corporation Counsel, how much was the total?
Councilman, the total amount owed as of July 9th was $2,416. On that date, Mr. Sargent paid $500, and the balance of the site of $1,916 is due over a period of months. So I don't have exactly what that plan was, but I think it's either a 3-month or 6-month payment plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it not the usual practice of the city, if someone wants something from the city, that all fines, et cetera, have to be satisfied, Mr. Manager?
We tend to do that, but we've also structured payment plans for other individuals as well in instances like this. So
we do have other plans like this.
We have other businesses with payment plans in place.
Payment plans in place, and are they applying for some privilege or? I'm sure that there are payment plans out there.
Yeah, we have payment plans.
Yeah, but isn't it usually our practice that if someone wants something special from the city, all these things have to be satisfied?
You know, Councilman, I don't know if I could answer that question if we've had another situation like this in the past that's been that way. Right now, I'd have to research that and get back to you on that.
Seems to me that for very trivial things, we require that people are up to date. And usually they are up to date, and that's why we don't have a record of it. But perhaps I'm incorrect about this. It seems to me that, and how old were these fines, by the way? Or charges or fees?
These were taxes due for the months of February, March, and April of this year.
Okay.
You may recall that they were, that their tenancy was terminated by their landlord at the end of April. Typically, people will pay by the end of the month following the month when it's engaged. So typically, the February amount would be due at the end of March. So they were a month in arrears when they were evicted from their premises. And we addressed the matter with the applicant while they were applying for this. And that's when they, in July, struck a payment plan with us to address the issue. Thank you.
I believe, now I don't know if it's coincidental or not. But when I asked the question about what they owed, just before, or the day of our meeting, the applicant hit City Hall and said, hey, let's do a payment plan. That might be just coincidental, or it might not. I don't know. This concerns me, and I am not willing to give an otherwise favorable vote on a site application to approve this with this money owed to the city, where most of our citizens need to be up to date when they want something from the city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This particular item is, I've had a lot of time to think on this and really try to be as objective as possible. Wearing the district hat, I understand the seat that my colleague in the 2nd District is in, and how he is looking to represent his district and his constituents. Myself, I try to remain district focused, but also keep a citywide perspective. And when I think about the site approval as what we're looking to review tonight, if this is an appropriate site, it is. There was a country club that operated for 2 decades with a liquor license previously. It is a commercial space that it's looking to go into. If the Twin Towers management didn't feel it was appropriate for Highly Flavored to go in there, they wouldn't have recruited them to go in there. So I'm torn with this that's the objective lens. And then now the subjective things are coming into play to determine, is this site approvable? We're looking at what they potentially owe in taxes. We received a report from Director Craddy. There's 6 active businesses right now that owe taxes to the city of Peoria that have liquor licenses, and Highly Flavored is at the bottom of that list. Now, I'm not looking to call nobody to the principal's office here, but we have to determine, when do we want to be accountable and when do we choose to be accountable? When I look at what occurred in downtown Peoria a couple of weeks ago, again, I'm not trying to call nobody to the principal's office, but we choose to determine when we want to wave the wand of accountability. And that's why I want to see Highly Flavored get approved for their site approval. I talked about this at our previous meeting when we had the Empire Lounge situation, and I understood the circumstances that Councilmember Jackson was in. But again, keeping a citywide perspective, the void that the Empire Lounge was looking to fill, the void that Highly Flavored is looking to fill. I talked about how when people ask me about places to go, and if I could be transparent, when young Black professionals ask me where to go in Peoria, I can't name more than 2 or 3 places that serve food and alcohol.
that's a problem. When you talk about trying to recruit and retain young professionals, young black professionals, you have to have these amenities, and our city doesn't. Now, we can't control the past, but we can be intentional about the present and the future. The gentleman that spoke earlier, or excuse me, Mr. Sargent spoke earlier, we've had 5 or 6 restaurants close in the last 6 months. We've lost Richards downtown. We're losing more things than we're gaining. At least that's the perception of people that I talk to in Peoria. And so we have the opportunity to add something to our city. When I look at the application, right now he's set to close at 8. If he is able to extend that to 11, personally, I think the late night fear and phobia is off the table, because at 11 o'clock, things are pretty chill. Now, if he was looking to be at 1 or 2 a.m., I would be very cautious. I would say, you know what, that's not appropriate, especially being so intimate to a residential place in the Twin Towers. But even if he closes at 11, we have to give him a chance to be successful. Even if he closes at 8, if you want to go to a Bradley game, if you want to go to a restaurant, or excuse me, if you want to go to a concert, he needs to be open a little bit later than that just to be successful. So I think we need to realize that as a city, we have the opportunity to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. If he does not operate in good faith, we can pull his liquor license. The sky is not going to fall if he gets a liquor license, if he does not operate in good faith. Now, I know that hindsight's 20/20. I'm sure there's some things that Mr. Sargent and his team would have done differently. But also, too, no one's perfect. And again, I'm not trying to call restaurants and businesses to the principal's office, but we've got some restaurants and some businesses in Peoria that they deserve to get some demerits. So with that being said, I will not be supporting the denial. I hope my colleagues can follow suit, because at the end of the day, Peoria needs to be an example that it can play in Peoria. And I'll be honest with you, right now, it's not looking like it plays in Peoria. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gordon Young.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could echo everything, I will, but I'd like to add that while we're defining our roles, I serve as an at-large council member. That means that everyone in the city of Peoria is my constituent. And so, although I don't have a specific district seat, I represent everyone, including the individuals who are afraid to speak up, because everyone in the Twin Towers does not disagree with highly flavored coming there. They just don't want the smoke, if you will, if they speak up. So while there has been a percentage that has signed a document saying that they are concerned, there is another percentage that would like to have them there. They would like to have another option to have a place to eat. I agree as well. You know, I don't have a place or very limited where I can dine with friends. And so I do think it is important that we look at culture, we look at diversity, we look at, are we redlining our businesses in Peoria? You know, I think about if this was somebody's home. It's no different. Redlining is discriminatory practices, whether it is a mortgage, whether it is financial services, business. And when we're saying, no, not in our neighborhood, then we are basically discriminating. At first we said, okay, you have too many police calls. Well, we dug through that and recognized there aren't any police calls. There were 3, and of those 3, there was nothing that was problematic. Then we said, okay, it's taxes. Okay, well, we come up with the plan for that. Now we're saying, well, nobody wants to play with you. At some point, we have to call a thing a thing. And for that reason, I believe and agree that they deserve an opportunity. And again, if they mess up, and I truly hope you don't, if Mr. Sargent and his staff mess up or they break the rules, we can pull their liquor license. The Creve Court Club had been in operation for a very long time with the exact thing that they're asking for, a liquor license. And so what are we really questioning? What are we questioning? And so I ask my colleagues to ask yourself, what are you questioning? And I'm going to leave it there. I will also not be able to support a denial.
Councilmember Vespa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I own property and have business interests in the Twin Towers, so I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other comments, so I'll make mine. I'm asking our council to be fair in this situation, to be fair. There was a Business Creek Core Club restaurant in this same site, same suite for years with a liquor license. Nobody complained. This is a site approval. It's not the liquor license, but it's after site approval, a liquor license can be issued. It would be a darn shame if there's a denial for this business and some other business comes a little bit later and gets site approval for a liquor license. When we can approve site approval for this business, and it was said before, the Liquor Commission recommended approval. Staff recommended approval. A plan of operation is pending. Those concerns about police calls at Landmark were resolved. So all that's left is somebody doesn't want them to be there. That's all that's left. But there are some people, as indicated by Councilwoman Gordon Young, there are some people that do want it there. And there are other businesses in the Twin Towers that have liquor license right now. This is not a bar. This is a restaurant. This is a restaurant. And even though it's a Black-owned restaurant, it's not a business for Black people. It's a business for everybody. The owner says money is green. And she welcomes everybody. So again, it's not a business that just caters to a Black population. So I want us to be fair. And I think that the fair and right thing to do is to go with the recommendation of the Liquor Commission and of the staff. And I ask you not to deny. Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Sargent, thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me when we had a cup of coffee, and I told you what my concerns were. And, you know, every meeting, every time I sit in this chair and we look at this flag, I make a little prayer to make sure, Dennis, tonight you're slow to speak, fast to listen, and slow to anger. I pray that every time, but it's getting very hard tonight when some people are really shameless in their comment. In my opinion, it's shameless. Mr. Sargent, I love you as a brother in Christ, and I want to tell you that nobody's telling you. I don't feel any of these people clapping are your friends at all, okay? Because what I look at as a business person, I'm trying to help you now. Listen to me, okay? All these 5 businesses that closed downtown is a lack of money. Businesses close because they have lack of funding. They don't have deep pocket. Mr. Sargent, you want to open a bar, a business, call it whatever you want. You owe the city $1,900. You're my friend, okay? Do not open that business. I told you, okay? You told me. I called you, met with you because You use some of my favorite line. You want to go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. Where you want to go right now, you're not tolerated. I don't know why you want to go there when other businesses downtown are closing for lack of money. You definitely have a lack of money. You owe the city $1,916. I'm telling you. I'm voting no because I love you and I don't want you to lose any more money in this business. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The motion on the floor is to deny. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes with 4 nays: Jackson, Gordon Young, Allen, and Ali, and 1 abstention, Vespa. Madam Clerk?
24-204 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Community Development with a request to receive and file a communication regarding the allowance of backyard chickens in the City of Peoria.
Mr. Manager? Oh, are you not on? Okay,
Thank you,
there it
Madam
is.
Mayor.
Yes.
I'm going to turn the floor over to Director Doolin to walk through this conversation.
Director?
Sorry, I'm new.
Is it not on?
It is now, yes.
Oh, okay.
So the last meeting, you guys deferred the item, but the meeting before that, this is a little unique item in the fact that it's a recommendation. It's not a recommendation from staff. Citizens are allowed to take items to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then we brought that item through the Planning and Zoning Commission, then to council to try to get direction from you guys, which policy, which side you want to go with chickens, allowing chickens in the backyard or not. In the last discussion, we walked you through kind of what the list was and what the proposal was from the citizen. And the biggest question that council asked staff to go back and research was if we were to enact it, what would be the cost from the county to enforce it and regulate it and put it in place. We reached out to Peoria County. They got back to us and said if with the way the ordinance is currently proposed, the additional cost to the city for the contract would be $257,420. In addition to that cost, they made some other recommendations within the ordinance language that they would wish for us to change. In addition, we got feedback from the health department about their concerns regarding the health and safety and sanitation of a proposal like this. And all of those letters and documents are attached in the packet with their information. So I think with what we're looking for council tonight is some direction to whether to continue to pursue this or if council does not have an appetite to allow backyard chickens in Peoria.
Okay, and that Peoria County estimates the annual cost would be about $257,000 per year.
Correct. That would involve them having to hire an additional animal control officer, someone to do the licensing, and then also currently without this ordinance in place, they, I believe it says they get about 15 to 20 chickens a year, and they currently have to house those next to in dog kennels because they don't have space. So there'd be some capital costs involved as well to build out a facility when people aren't treating chickens humanely and they have to confiscate them or they're in violation of the ordinance.
What about the cost to your department in terms of increased code enforcement issues?
Well, the way the current ordinance is written, all of that really shifts and focuses over to the animal shelter. So it really wouldn't be a huge burden. with that $250,000 on our staff if we paid it. I think where you would see a fairly big burden on our staff is if we didn't go this route and it was something we were going to try to choose to enforce in-house. That would be a substantial detriment to our code enforcement staff. We struggle right now with enforcing issues related to blight, whether tall grass, litter, just in the city, the geographical size of the city is, and just staffing limitations. To add another element to staff, it'd just be hard for them. Plus, the reality is they're not trained to know whether you're keeping a chicken in a humane fashion, or if it's sick, or if it needs to be something in the winter when it needs to come in. I mean, I think that's why when we looked at this and asked the county for their expertise and advice on the situation, they are the animal specialists and animal experts. So that's why we thought if we do enact something like this, they're really the ones who are going to have to lead the charge and be responsible for that, because we just don't have the knowledge internally to do enforcement. From a cleanliness standpoint, yes, we do that. We do that with dog waste. We do that with other animal waste when properties are blighting. But from the humane treatment of animals and how we'd enforce that, that's just not something we're equipped to do.
So what is the feedback from that department, that unit, in terms of the kind of burden that they would undertake?
From my staff or the county?
No, county.
I believe they thought it would be substantial based on the amount of issues they have when it's not currently legal that they're dealing with. By opening the door and making it legal, they believe they'll have to do a lot more proactive inspections to ensure that the conditions are humane. They'll have to be much more proactive in making sure people have licenses and making sure people are bringing them in the winter. They're taking care of them. So I think that's where their staffing came involved and why they thought they need to hire 2 additional staff.
So why wouldn't the county have to vote on something like this? Why is this just the city looking at this?
Well, this would be a city ordinance to allow chickens in backyards. Our animal control ordinance is enforced by the county. So that's where the intersect lies between the two. And so if council makes a policy decision that says you want to have the code enforcement division do that, enforce that, which is what Champaign does, which is what I think a couple of other communities that we have, then our staff would be responsible, and the costs that have been identified by the county would be incurred by the city.
Okay.
Either way, we're going to be incurring the costs. We're either going to be paying the county or we're going to be hiring staff to do that work.
Okay.
Here.
But it's not objectionable by the county?
Oh, the county has concerns that they've outlined in their letters, and I think that makes it very clear what their concerns are. I think they have health concerns, they have enforcement concerns, and just in general over the idea of backyard chickens.
Okay. For the city, we're looking at, in 4 years, it's over $1 million cost. In another 4 years, we're looking at another over $1 million cost. Is that correct?
Based on the projection, yes. The county, it'd be a $250,000 annual fee, and then they said every year when that contract comes up, there could be inflationary costs as well.
Okay. Questions for Director Doolin or City Manager? Discussion? I'm going to speak for myself based upon feedback that I've gotten. Just not to, absorb $1 million cost every 4 years is one thing, but I've gotten a lot of feedback, and I'm sure many of you heard pros and cons, those that want this and those that don't. And I've actually heard from more people that have concerns about imposing this such an ordinance to allow the backyard chickens in the city of Peoria. The cost is substantial. The county has concerns, and I am not comfortable directing staff to create an ordinance to allow for this. That's my position. We're open for discussion, but that's where I stand. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with what you said. I think about the folks who want to do this, and I'm somewhat sympathetic, but I think on the other side of the coin, there are the neighbors of that person to consider. And I just, I'm not in favor of this in the city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were 3 individuals who wanted privilege of the floor this evening. Would it be possible to allow them to address the council this evening?
You say 3. We need to limit. We have 50 cards for public comment coming. So
Can we do 2?
yeah, we can do 2, and let's limit those comments to maybe 3
to 3 minutes.
Because we have about 50 cards of public comment.
Sure, if there's no objection from
And
the
we
council.
heard from a lot of the constituents at the last meeting.
Mhm.
So you have their names?
Yes, if I can give Kim Geraldo and Mike Van Cleve
Okay.
privilege of the floor, please.
Okay, yes.
I'll try to make it quick. Thank you again for letting me have the floor this evening. As we deliberate tonight on the feasibility of this ordinance, I want to remind you of the individuals that we represent. There are many in the community who have worked for years to get this ordinance passed. We speak for business owners and realtors who see the benefits to saying yes to something in Peoria. We speak for those that struggle with food insecurity and live in food deserts. And we speak for those who have recently or are considering moving to Peoria in search of something great. We speak for thousands of Peoria citizens this evening who are in support of backyard chickens. Now, I want to do a shout out to Mr. Allen. He did a survey on his Facebook page asking his constituents how they felt about backyard chickens. He had almost 900 responses, and 89% of the people were pro-chicken in one form or another. Many actually believed that we were too strict. We should just allow them. We're doing too much. The desire for backyard chickens is there. We have the support of the community and the knowledge to set it up correctly. There are jurisdictions that are doing this successfully. And before you make a decision, I do want to draw attention to that proposed budget that we just talked about. Now, first of all, I think that number really needs to be looked at. The shelter is underfunded and overwhelmed. When I spoke to the director, Becky Spencer, as soon as I got on the phone, the first thing she said was, I don't want to talk about chickens because I want to renegotiate the contract with the city. So this is basically, she said it many, many times. She didn't even want to talk about chickens. She didn't want to look at the numbers. She didn't care how many chickens that other jurisdictions see. She just said that she wanted to renegotiate with the city. So whether we get chickens or not, it's coming. The budget conversation is going to happen. So that $250,000 figure isn't for it's for the shelter. There's the truck, there's the employees. Now, whether if you feel that budget should be amended, that's a conversation for you guys to have. But it's not for chickens. We're going to see less than 100 expected chickens generally overall, and a handful of permits each year, which is what cities of our size are seeing. This isn't going to warrant 2 full-time employees and a truck. They said that they see maybe 20 chickens a year, so that's like $10,000 a chicken? I mean, that's pretty dang great, right? It doesn't warrant doubling our contract. Again, they saw an opening and they took it, but this doesn't have to do with chickens. Second, I want to remind you that the reason that we're seeing chickens now in the shelter in the first place is because Peoria took the stand to make them illegal. There's no pathway to legal ownership, and so the burden of enforcing our laws is the responsibility of the county and the city. Bees are fine. Rabbits, you don't need a permit. I could have 100 rabbits on my property right now. No recourse. And dogs and cats are, of course, allowed. But we're drawing the line at chickens. The dozen or so chickens that we're seeing now are picked up and kept inhumanely in that shelter due to our current laws and regulations. In all the paperwork that we showed you guys, there were several animal rescues that have offered to take any chickens off the hands of the shelter so that they're not sitting in a dog crate. We could do that now with the ones that they're picked up. So really, countless cities across the state have told us that once they had a pathway to legal chicken ownership, their numbers went down. I called cities and they went, oh God, we see a few a year? They're legal. We don't pick up chickens anymore. So this is an opportunity to right our wrongs. We don't have to have those chickens in the shelter. They're just illegal right now. And if you're still on the fence, once again, I want to suggest a pilot program. Give us a set number of permits. Let us prove ourselves and that how this is going to be a non-issue for the city. Let's look at the actual numbers and make an informed decision instead of these made-up numbers of how we think chickens are going to run through the streets. Let's look at the actual numbers. And now I'm going to open the floor to, I guess, Mike, and I will let him take over.
Thank you.
Mayor Ali, first, my daughter says, keep rocking. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
She wanted me to say that tonight. So my position, so I'm a realtor. I run a team here that proudly promotes Peoria and is one of the largest teams of helping people relocate to the area. So the reason I'm here and in the position of speaking with you this evening and having clients on both sides of this issue is to be the sounding board, the tuning fork to what we're hearing from people who are looking at our community. People are moving here for three primary reasons: cost of living, quality of life, and access to things that are important to them. And I will tell you, for odd as it is, can I have backyard chickens is one of the biggest questions that my team receives from people who are moving here from other similar sized cities where the cost of housing is in the $480 to $530 range is most of the time where people are moving from. So it may seem like an odd idea to us, but in countless communities throughout our country, this is an option, including the city of Chicago, including Champaign. So there's precedent out there for this. I don't know necessarily whether this council should approve or deny this idea. But what I do know is that since 1940, the size of the city has quadrupled, whereas our population has only increased by about 15%. And I would challenge you as a council to consider, if we're turning down ideas like this from people who are moving here from all parts of the country to make a better life in Peoria, that maybe the decisions to deny ideas like this is what is limiting our population growth. So when we talk about the financial side of this, let's also think about what does that mean to encourage somebody to move here by allowing this with a measurable, specific, scientific pilot program to see whether a toe in the water works, or a beak in the water, depending on, sorry, I had to. So the idea here is, you know, I want to encourage and commend people like Kim Giraldo, who moved here to our community, followed the proper channels, had the conversation, engaged in the political process, and has immersed herself and then surrounded herself with this incredible network of people. Because people don't just move here because we've got cheap housing. They move here because they picture their life being better here than where they're coming from. And whether that's from political persecution because of the way that they live their lives, or the way that their children are being treated, or because they see our issues and they feel like they can be a part of making this one of the best communities in the country to live in. My team loves moving people here. I moved here 17 years ago in this upcoming December, thinking that, oh, we'll leave here for a couple of years and then we'll move back up to Chicago. I cannot imagine living in another place than here in Peoria. I'm all in. I'm all in so much that I encourage other people to be all in. And so what I would like to encourage this council to do is give this a chance. Thank you.
You're welcome. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council for allowing privilege of the floor to Kim and Mike this evening. As Kim mentioned, I did do a survey on my Facebook page, had almost 1,000 people vote. And the people of Peoria, based off of that survey, do want some type of form of chicken ordinance. I'm not, gullible to the fact of some of the preliminary numbers that have been submitted to us by the County of Peoria, the reservations that our code enforcement has on this particular item as well too. So my stance still remains the same. I would be open to some type of pilot where we would allow so many permits per council district just to evaluate this to see if it's something that can truly, again, play in Peoria. But again, thank you for allowing them to have privilege. I think it's important that our constituents feel heard, they're seen, and their opinions are validated. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Vespa? Oh, no. Did I do that right? Councilmember Vespa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with the mayor's comments. $250,000 is a big number. I appreciate Councilman Allen's poll, but it didn't include that figure. It didn't ask, are you willing to raise your taxes? Are you willing to hire, in order to hire more code enforcement officers or pay the county $250,000 a year for this? I do believe that, there are people that are more inclined to come here if we had backyard chickens, but I also have heard people say that if there are backyard chickens next door, they're going to leave our city. So that goes both ways. It does. I've heard it. But I do appreciate the engagement. The problem I have is our shelters are full. Our county shelters full with dogs and cats. And that tells me, we don't have, unfortunately, the greatest pet owners, which is a problem with dogs and cats, but it's an even bigger problem if it's chickens, because chickens carry disease. You can get salmonella for not properly handling them. And if you don't clean them dutifully, the smell can be terrible. So I'm skeptical. I do want to be reasonable, but I am skeptical about this. I don't know if this is worth the investment on our part. Thank you.
Welcome. Councilmember Gordon-Young?
I agree that there are a lot of unanswered questions, and then there are some answers that are pretty obvious that it definitely would, you said it, probably raise taxes, and it's important that we recognize that. But I want to make sure that we're being serious and considering those who are in favor and also the concerns, because we sort of becomes this chicken joke thing, but it's serious to many people where this could be their livelihood. And so I'm not opposed either to a pilot, but maybe something where there is a certain acreage, but then is that like eliminating some people? We wouldn't want, this in between homes or where the homes are very close. And I've heard a lot of ideas proposed, but I just can't see how we're in a space now where we could just really move this forward. So again, it's just too many unanswered questions for me. And so I just sit in a very gray area, not quite knowing what direction this would work in. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I respect anybody's efforts to want to cut back on costs. I think everybody is impacted by the inflationary prices at the grocery store. And if I remember correctly, one of the reasons, the main reason I believe the group was interested in chickens in Peoria was because of the cost of eggs. Well, the cost of eggs have gone down. And, in thinking about this, I thought about all the multitude of other things that people have started to grow. I have a niece who lives in Richmond, Virginia, and she was a sickle cell patient, but she's had a bone marrow transplant. She grows practically all of her vegetables now, and saves an enormous amount of money. And so I think there are so many other practical ways to save money, inexpensive ways by growing fruits and vegetables, as opposed to putting this burden on city staff by allowing people to raise chickens in Peoria. And when I look at the responsibilities of our code enforcement department, they do a phenomenal job. Yet, for some strange reason, they've been unable to keep up with the workload that's out there. And I'm just talking about cutting grass and all of the, the property issues and the inspections and things of that nature. Not to mention, the gentleman talked about our population only going up by about 15%. But on the other hand, the wildlife population seems to me, increased drastically. I mean, we have woodchucks everywhere. We have rabbits. We have raccoons. Nobody talks about it. And the comment was made about, I'm not opposed to killing animals and the garbage truck that did away with the raccoons, but we don't have discussions about how we're going to deal with the increase of wildlife in our community. I'm not suggesting that we get rid of them, but we've got rabbits. We've got everything living in the city now. And we don't talk about ways to, decrease the population. I'm not suggesting killing them, but we have a huge influx of other animals throughout the city. And so I just, it's a wonderful idea. I cannot in good conscience support this just because of those reasons and the undue financial burden that it would put on the city's budget. So I respect your idea, but I cannot support it for all those reasons. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move to table this item.
Is there a second to table? Seconded by Councilwoman Gordon Young. Any additional discussion? Councilmember Graham?
Director Doolin, am I reading this correctly, that the city of Chicago allows chickens?
I believe, yes.
And is that your research?
Yes, they are very researched
You
as well.
concur with their research that the city of Chicago allows chickens?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And East Peoria?
Via special use, I believe, yes.
Special use. They're not retreating from it?
I do not know that.
What is the connection, if any, to bird flu, which I guess they're trying to develop a vaccine in case it becomes our next pandemic? No connection? I had a call from a park board member about that.
In one of the letters from the health department, Monica Henderson did go into concerns about diseases, various things like that. I don't know the exact research specifically about bird flu and how that would, but she did specifically mention, and I think that's on the last page of one of the attachments.
Well, I think that's an important aspect. If we have if we have the federal government working on a vaccine in case we have another pandemic that is avian driven. Now, I've heard it both ways, and I think we need to get that nailed down. Maybe this tabling will allow us to get those answers, because I like to deal in facts. And I don't think we have all the facts on this. And so I don't know the motive of the person who is moving to table it, but let's make this time for the tabling work for us so we get the answers to these questions.
You done?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, may I ask Councilmember Riggenbach
Okay.
a question? Why, Councilman, do you want to table this rather than just receive and file? If we table it, it has to come back. Well, it doesn't have to, but that's the idea. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought tabling it made sense because that way, if those who are in favor of this around the horseshoe have initiative and logic to bring it back, that they're free to do that.
Okay. I mean, I think they could do that with a receive and file also, but I'll support it. I just wondered if there was some particular reason why you wanted to table it.
I think he stated it, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Sear?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hayes, can you tell us, educate us a little bit, for some of us that are not sure, what does it mean to table an item?
If the item is tabled, it takes a majority vote of the council to bring it back. But it allows staff to move on without addressing issues unless there's a specific request for a report back. And so it will end staff's efforts in this area unless there's some specific direction otherwise. So it effectively ends the matter for consideration of the council unless and until there's a motion and second and a majority vote to bring the matter back from the table and place it on the agenda at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. There's no more questions. We have a motion to table with a second. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes with 1 nay. Sear. Madam Clerk?
If we have no further unfinished business, we would be on to new business.
Is there any new business?
If there's no new business, then we'll be on to citizens' opportunity.
Okay. How many? Do you know? How many? 41. Okay. We have a lot of people that have signed up to speak tonight. 41. You will be allowed up to 5 minutes to speak. However, we've got a lot of speakers tonight. So if there's, some consideration to cut your discussion or comments shorter, I would encourage that, but we do want to hear what you have to say. Our first speaker is Denny Nail.
Thank you, members of the council, mayor, everybody else here tonight. I'm a business owner near the homeless group between Madison and Monroe at 504 Fayette Street, okay? That's where my office building is. I've been there since 1998, and I'm dealing with these issues with that encampment, which is owned by the state of Illinois, okay? And since April 1st through the present date, I've had 7 different items damaged in my building that I've had to repair at various times. I had a deck behind my back, on the back of my building. I've had to put a permanent gate up there. I've had air conditioning units tampered with. I've had electrical units being used. I've had to cap off all of my electrical outlets. I've had an faucet capped off. I've even had to put in lights in the back of my building for security purposes to try to prevent damage in the evenings at night. And it has been an absolute daily event for my office and my staff, okay?
Yes, sir.
Last week, we even had a rat run across the parking lot, a large rat. So it's becoming even more important about the issues on this site. And once again, it's owned by the state. And the city can't do anything about it currently. That's why this ordinance is extremely important, to permit the city to address a lot of these issues with the homeless situation. I'm sympathetic to the issue that people have. I'm not totally cold about that. But when you get into a situation like this, the Journal-Star on June 17th, this J.J. Bullock published an article and interviewed Glenn Giles, who was sort of the poster child of that group at that time, okay? And he interviewed him and he said, Glenn talked to the Journal-Star, said this is a wonderful place, it's so comfortable, everybody takes care of everybody, there's no drugs, very little alcohol use in this encampment, and that hit the newspaper, and immediately within 2 or 3 days, that encampment grew by about 20 people, okay? On July 17th, a month later, Glenn Giles was arrested on that property by the City of Peoria Police Department for drug paraphernalia, drug usage, and failure to appear in another jurisdiction on a warrant for his arrest, okay? And he was the poster child for this. And he himself had said, there's no drugs, no problems with this encampment area, and he himself was arrested, okay? And his rap sheet, I won't even go into it because it's very extensive, okay? On May 7th of this year, I can see all of this from my building. I have a 2-story brownstone building on Fayette Street. Many of you may know where it is, okay? And on May 7th, I've got a picture of a drug deal during the middle of the day. I've got the car, I've got the license plate, I've got a picture of the people that are doing it. I'm not turning it over to anybody, but this is not drug-free or alcohol-free area, okay? I have a dumpster outside that I share with the women's club that I provide for them when they have events there. That dumpster is totally full every week from homeless people dumping their garbage in there. I have to call GFL, who is a subject tonight of some discussion earlier. And so it's become quite a nightmare for my office, okay? We also have had to call the police numerous times. I've attached some police reports with some of the information I provided the city tonight, the council members, and I've provided to other people as well. There was a fight going on. A man was coming after 2 women on the site. He was arrested for aggravated battery. There was a warrant out for his arrest in DuPage County. The police arrested him, took him to jail, and sent him back up to DuPage County, okay? We also have had to call the fire department at times for campfires, for lack of a better term. They're taking the branches off the trees and starting fires and doing some cooking. Trillium, who is the old Fayette companies on the corner, they've called the police in because they have parking there in that lot, and they're being harassed at times by some of the homeless people there. So it's become an issue that not only is personal to me, but also it's something that we need to deal with finally. And this ordinance, the U.S. Supreme Court came down, said it's possible, it's not cruel and unusual punishment to implement things and do the stair step of fines and so forth, and ultimately jail. No one has any interest in putting any of these individuals in jail. That's not the purpose. But, you know, you have to have, when you're dealing with this, and I've dealt with it over the past few years, not as it's not been as great. It's something that evolves, and now it's become a real crisis in this city. And the people, we're trying in this city to get people to come back downtown to work, right? And we also want businesses to stay downtown and develop this area, okay? There's been subject matter tonight of various businesses and so forth. And we want to take care, we want the people to live downtown. The warehouse district is doing well. We're trying to get that going, trying to get other people to move downtown. I'll be quick.
Time's up.
And then we also have people visiting our city. And you've seen that. Look at the Ronald McDonald House. The people that come there and share that property, come into town, out of town, they're looking at this. It makes us look ridiculous. So I think it's time for us to really step forward and act and do something worthwhile and get it done. Enough talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Blake Sanders. Estrella Diaz.
I promise I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Basically, what I want to say is I have two things that I wanted to bring up about, the ordinance of the encampments. I feel as though, I respect a lot what you had to say, Madam Mayor, what Bernice Gordon Young had to say, what Mike Vespa had to say. I'll pick that up in a bit. What Mike Vespa had to say and what Riggenbach had to say, because literally, if we are to, if we are to just go in this headstrong, it's kind of like if you're gonna clean your room and you just sweep everything under your bed. It's not really, you're not cleaning up them. You're not cleaning it up. You're not finding any solutions, but you're delaying the problems. You're not fixing anything. So with the approach that you guys are taking, I think it's a good approach because you're slowly doing it, and it's not such a drastic change. Yes, we want it to change, but it has to be a slow progress to doing it. I understand there are complaints and stuff, but these are people too. It could be any one of us that ends up homeless. You don't know, life happens, stuff happens, and your life can change within an instant. So we need to have a little, I understand this has been an ongoing issue, but we need to be a little bit more empathetic because at the end of the day, they are people as well. They're people. And now, going into my next part, I'm still here to advocate for a ceasefire, and I feel like the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm still going to be here to remind you guys that, we still want that to happen. I mean, you see some of the group members, we're all wearing red to signify why we're here and what we're here for. But from Peoria to Palestine, we're just here to, be for human rights. And that's why we're speaking up about Palestine. And most of us are in favor of what you guys are doing of not criminalizing homeless people, because it's not some of them, it's not their choice to even be out there, but they don't have anywhere to go. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Christine Call.
Good evening. Thank you very much for, the conversation that happened earlier around the proposed ordinance. Thank you for the ongoing support that we do get from the city to address the homeless issues. I think one of the things that we lose sight of, however, is that the problem is growing at a faster rate than we have been putting solutions out there. There was a comment made, I think by the city attorney, about needing another tool. I urge you to consider other tools. Rather than punishment, including an aggressive plan to develop more affordable housing units is a call to action. In the proposed ordinance, the fifth whereas comment down refers to considerable expense. And the amount that was cited to clean out the encampments is roughly $31,000. That would only support 3 housing units over the course of a year at the current fair market rent. So I think we need to understand that housing also has a significant cost, and that there are a significant number of households that simply do not have the resources to pay for housing in our market at this time. Another comment in there was the cost referred to the emergency response. I went through each of those calls, and I just want to point out that 68% of the calls that were on that list were for medical services. I think it's important to understand that medical services get addressed regardless of your address. So even if those same individuals that were on the receiving end of a medical related emergency response call had a fixed address, we wouldn't be sitting here and saying that that was an inappropriate use of city resources. So you need to focus on just a handful of them that were around mostly the fire issues in the encampment. The other thing is that the Downtown Development Corporation has done a really good job of developing appropriate housing, largely in the warehouse district in downtown. And there's a report that is published by the DDC every 2 years that talks about the need for housing to meet the higher income households in our community. Where in that report does it talk about what is the unmet need for lower income households? If we were putting affordable housing units online at the same pace that we are putting higher market rental online, we would be solving this problem at a much faster rate than we have done. Again, those are incentives, not punishment. One of the other things that was in the background for the reference was that it does talk about that the city participates with the social service agencies and other agencies in a very wide network. I think it's important to understand, just because a network exists does not mean that it has the capacity to address this. An example I'm going to point out to you is that there are only 1.5 staff supported by a grant specifically to do homeless outreach. And that grant covers 4 counties. So street outreach by only 1.5 people is not at capacity to meet the unmet need for unsheltered in our community. Our unsheltered number has ticked up every year in a report that is filed with HUD. In last year, or January 24 number, was over a 40% increase from the prior year in the unsheltered count. So again, I think the issue here is to talk about what other tools can we put in the tool belt. I had some stats on here that I will also submit written around the disproportionate impact of homelessness on African Americans in our community, the disproportionate impact of the lack of affordable housing on low-income households. Those are information sources that I pulled out of your report, your consolidated plan that the city of Peoria generates themselves. And in it, it talks about the strategic plan that the city went through a very lengthy process. And out of your top 5 priorities, they're around this exact issue. Substandard housing and affordable housing are your priorities 1 and 2, and your 4th priority was homeless services. So let's talk about the priorities to address, or the solutions to address those priorities that you yourself and your residents outlined as a call to action. A couple of examples of some actions that I think, 1, delay implementation of this ordinance. I think that's a very straightforward call to action. I know that it's only on the first reading, but I feel there was no time given to interview the social service providers, the continuum of care network, the consumers who live on our streets and are impacted by this decision. I've been working in this environment for 20 years in this city, and I have to tell you, I was shocked that it took you 46 days to get an ordinance out on the table in response to a Supreme Court ruling. Nothing that we have done in 20 years took only 46 days to make it before this group. So I think, again, it's just coming fast. Let's hold off, please. Do some more research, do some more interviewing from the people who are impacted directly by this. The second one is to explore innovations.
Your time's up, Christine.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, that's fine. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Jonathan Volta.
an exceptional amount of things I'd like to say tonight. I'll try to be as quick as possible, but I'm going to use all 5 minutes. I apologize. First of all, ceasefire now. I'd love to say a lot more about that, but strapped for time. There were a lot of things said tonight. One of the most frustrating things I heard said was that Denise Jackson has her finger on the pulse of her constituents. I am one of your constituents, and I don't dislike you, but I did not vote for you because I didn't have the opportunity to. The districts were redrawn. Chuck Graham was my representative some time ago, and now, without an election, Denise Jackson is my representative. The gentleman who said that, I wanted to have a word with him. I think he's gone now. But it's very frustrating to hear someone act as if there's a monolith representing, to act as if anything is monolithic in this city. Denise Jackson, you do not have the pulse, your finger on the pulse of your constituents. And I don't think any of you do. On the subject of the housing crisis and the homeless. There's a book by Jane Jacobs called The Death and Life of Great American Cities. It should, I think, be required reading for a municipal representative. It goes into great detail the deterioration of our neighborhoods on many levels. The housing crisis in America is the everything crisis. It contributes to climate change. It contributes to obviously unhoused individuals. It contributes to inflation. One of the things that makes inflation so strong, it moves so quickly because of energy consumption, like oil and coal and et cetera, getting very expensive, but it stays where it's at because housing prices, they don't deflate. Eggs, as you brought up, they came back in price. Consumer goods like that can quickly change. Housing prices do not quickly change if they change downward ever. They almost never do. And it's clear to me by many of the subjects tonight that you don't represent Peorians, you represent property-owning Peorians. There, in a book called Golden Gates that details the housing crisis in San Francisco, a terribly interesting idea is brought up about how an individual a decade and a half ago started attending planning and zoning commission meetings and speaking up on housing development projects in behalf of the residents that don't exist yet, who don't know about the meeting, who can't show up, to tell them that they would love for that complex of 400 units to get developed, but there's a single family housing development of citizens who say, no, we just don't want it we don't want that in our neighborhood. So I am here to tell you that there's people who are not homeowners, who benefit from many of the decisions that you make, many of the decisions you have made tonight and every night, who will never be able to be here because they don't know you're making this decision. They don't know that they will get to benefit. In the case of businesses, as it was brought up, there are many people who would patronize certain businesses, but they won't get to be here to tell you that. But there are a handful of residents in one of the only large apartment complexes with commercial use. Somehow they aren't cool with commercial use in one of the only places you can choose to do that. I'm rambling and I'm sorry. I wish I had prepared a little better. But the point being, this city, as someone else, as you mentioned, has grown substantially in size and barely in population, and there's an ineffable amount of reasons for that, and I would love to talk at length about that with all of you. And so what I'm, with the last 50 seconds of my time, going to say is that I feel as though I should develop some personal relationships with all you. So I'll be emailing you, and I'll be giving you some homework, some articles, things like that, because the housing crisis is so complex, and it cannot be solved with punitive measures. I firmly stand against any criminalizing actions in doing so. And I want to, the first gentleman who spoke said, no one wants to put these people in prison. But that's what the ordinance would do, isn't it? If you don't want that, then why do you support the thing that does that? And last time I was here, I focused on the word hypocrisy. And I don't know.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Lisa Kroller. She's still here. Aaron Slaughter.
Hey, good evening. I'm fortunate I get to work with the unhoused here in Peoria and Tazewell County. I ain't never spoke, never done nothing like this here before, but like criminalizing, like that's just wrong. It ain't right. You gotta have a solution. These are people, they're not animals. All right? That coming up with a solution, coming up with something. What's wrong with getting a piece of land, moving an encampment to the land, linking all the things that it's already together, bridging them together. All the services are out there. There's a lot of solutions. I'm not going to hold everybody on hostage, man, but they're not animals. They need a solution. Jail is not it. What they say? They said 3 citations in 180 days and then 6 months up to jail. I can't even see none of these programs getting nobody done in 180 days. And I've been out here a couple years on these streets working.
Devon Sidnor. I think he's gone. Christopher Short.
So when I first came to Peoria a few years ago, I remember talking to somebody and I said, I made a comment. I said, if the homeless were to leave a trail of flowers wherever they went, then everyone would say, "Yay, here come the homeless." But that's not the case, right? But after every event, Super Bowl, whatever, we leave plenty of trash where we go. So I don't know that that's behaviors that's living like an animal, so to speak, but I think I would call it lack of resources, lack of knowledge with behavioral health. I have the honor to say that I was a part of the homeless community when I came here a few years ago. It wasn't because of the choice I made. It was just, it was during the COVID crisis. I kind of was down on my luck, went through divorce, kind of lost everything. A lot of us, we have our own story. Who are we to really even give our opinions or our assumptions without knowing personally what that's like, that experience is, until you have gotten close enough to see and unveil the truth of people's lives. I mean, who are we to try to change things that people have fought for to get the rights and where we are today? Who are we to change that? And I remember being a part of this group called the OJC, it was Orphan for Justice. We did stats on orphans, right? So we found the stats. It was if one family out of every 3 full church congregations, one family, just a single couple, would adopt one child in the United States, it would actually solve the orphan problem. So we decided it was a church problem. I feel like this is our city, right? We represent this city. We are all here trying to live the American dream, right? The White House, the picket fence. But the truth is, we are all undoubtedly, we're family, right? We are all in this together. So this is a city problem. This is something that we need to come up with. And I feel like every time we come up with these strategies, where we appoint, we get people sitting around a table and we come up with ideas and we start appointing people and then we get grants and the money goes up. But where does the money go? I've been here for a few years, and what I've seen 2 women do with a few loaves of bread and with filled hearts, Lula, I'm speaking for Lula, what I've seen them do, they've left a legacy in this city in the last few years that rocked me to the core, that made me want more for myself. They introduced me to harm reduction and made me realize that I deserve my medical, I deserve housing, I deserve to have the same thing that everyone that has the 9-to-5 life that pays taxes. And now because of that, I own property here. Now I pay my taxes. I have a mortgage. I made it because of that. And I want the same for others, but there's a whole there's so many different variables to them that come together with this. It's a single person with the wrong mindset that's in the wrong position, that has a position of power or entitlement. They can change the whole world for one individual. One person that's sitting behind a desk that needs to make one signature because they have a bad attitude or the way they look at things. They could ruin that, and that affects people. And every individual they don't want to be where they're at. I didn't want to be where I was at, but I guess what I'm saying is we're so quick to try to come up with plans, but there's already been a plan in place. We've already filled the hotels. We've already housed people, but there's people already doing the things that we want to point and we want to pour money into and start these ideas, right? But it's already happening. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to cure this. I feel like we just have to we have to want more for our city. We have to be involved. We have to take this personal, right? If you don't like driving by and seeing encampments by the highway when you take exit to go to your 9 to 5 job or go back home, be a part, be an answer to that, be a cure for what you think is a sickness to our city. We all play a part here. Let's get our hands dirty. That's how we do it. And now in the last few years, not only do I work and I have the home, but now I work with the same people that helped save my life. And there's no greater honor. I mean, I just encourage you guys don't be so quick to come up with a new plan when it's already happening. Just be involved, be more in tune. And there's a lot of people that just based off maybe different ideas that they conflict with each other. We have a couple organizations that are already in this. I don't want to name any names that you guys are giving a substantial amount of money to. And they kind of prevent some of the workers that are out in the streets every day working with the homeless.
Sir.
All right, thank you.
Keshe Bernard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Let me start by telling you what I'm not here to do. I'm not here to virtue signal to potential voter bases for a mayoral candidacy run. I'm not here to prove my moral superiority. I'm not a politician trying to excite constituents with deep pockets or political clout to throw a public fit like a petulant child while calling other people immature for being passionate about this issue. I'm not here to pull political power trips either. Instead, I stand before you today as Executive Director of Controlled Harm Reduction and a concerned citizen to express my strong opposition to any proposed ordinance that would criminalize homelessness and outdoor camping in this city. This ordinance, which follows this recent Supreme Court ruling of Grants Pass, Oregon, is not just a misguided policy, it is a dangerous step backwards, one that betrays the core values of many on this council have historically championed. This ordinance is in direct opposition to those values. By criminalizing homelessness, we are not solving the problem. We are merely punishing those who are already struggling the most. We are turning our backs on the principles of compassion, unity, equity, and justice that should define the way we treat the most vulnerable in our community. Moreover, it is important to recognize that the context in which the Supreme Court's ruling on Grant Pass was made. This ruling was handed down by a far-right conservative Supreme Court, a court that was strategically shaped by the GOP to entrench their power and roll back the progress we have made as a nation. This court does not represent the values of inclusion, fairness, and social justice that many of us and you hold dear. To align Peoria's policies with a ruling from this court is to side with an agenda that seeks to preserve inequality and maintain the status quo at the expense of the most vulnerable. We must also consider the troubling history of Grant Pass itself. Grants Pass was a sundown town, a place where Black Americans and other people of color were not welcomed after dark. Oregon, the state in which Grants Pass is located, is often regarded as the whitest state in the country, and this is no accident. Oregon's laws and policies have historically been designed to exclude people of color, and this legacy continues to shape the state's demographics to this very day. To follow the example of Grants Pass in Peoria is to invoke the spirit of the sundown towns, a spirit that sought to erase and exclude those who do not fit a narrow, discriminatory vision of society. In Peoria, we must be better than this. We must recognize the racial disparities that exist in housing and in our unhoused populations. People of color, particularly Black Americans, are disproportionately represented among those who experience homelessness. This is not a coincidence. It is the result of decades of systemic racism in housing, employment, and criminal justice. And by criminalizing homelessness, we are perpetuating this racial injustice and effectively reinstating the exclusionary practices that characterize sundown towns. So instead of criminalizing those who are already struggling, I urge this council to consider alternative, humane strategies to addressing homelessness in Peoria. Continue to invest in affordable housing. Prioritize the creation and preservation of affordable housing options, including rent control. Housing is a basic human right, and ensuring that everyone has a safe place to live should be our primary goal. But until we can have that happen, we must be compassionate with our response. Continue to expand supportive services, increasing access and reduce barriers to mental health care, substance use treatment, case management, and job training programs. I hear all the time that Peoria is resource rich, but accessing these resources are a nightmare. I have better luck transporting people out of our town to access these resources than actually accessing the resources that are available here. 3, expand the housing first approach. This is evidence-based strategy. It provides permanent housing without preconditions, and it has been proven to reduce homelessness effectively. Strengthen partnerships with local organizations. Many local organizations, including Phoenix, Jolt, OSF Street Medicine, Lula Peoria, and our local shelters and continuum of care, all who are already doing critical work to support people experiencing homelessness, but especially talk to those who are actually unsheltered. The city should strengthen partnerships with these organizations, providing them with the resources and support they need to expand their impact. In conclusion, this proposed ordinance is not the answer. When someone is forced to do something, they lose their power of choice, so let's stop saying they have a choice. It will only lead to more suffering and will further entrench the very problem that it seeks to solve. Supporting this ordinance would be a betrayal of the values we claim to uphold, values of justice, compassion, and equality. So I ask you to reject this ordinance and instead embrace strategies that treat our homeless neighbors with the dignity, respect, and support they deserve. And together, we can create a Peoria where everyone has a place to call home and one where people are more important than profit. And that's what will make Peoria skyrocket. Thank you.
John Kittinger. What's your name? Oh, okay. Well, you're next. Who was that was speaking?
Sorry, that was Chris Shaffer. I heard Chris Shaffer.
What's your name?
Chris Shaffer.
I didn't call your name, though.
I thought you did. I apologize.
Okay. It was a K or a C. Okay, so I do have a card for you. I guess I'll find it. Okay, Cachet Bernard.
Yes, I don't know if this is allowed, but I brought photographs to show our council people about what happens when people sleep outside with no shelter, no tents, no anything. You can see this gentleman's toes are black. They're black from frostbite. I'm not going to bore you with the details of the financial cost to OSF where he was eventually transported, but the cost is real. This is a resident of Peoria. This is one of your citizens that, Chuck, you referred to as an animal. He deserved better. My name is Casey Bernard. I am a co-founder of Lula and outreach supervisor of Jolt Harm Reduction. We work closely with other social service agencies, including OSF community faith outreach nursing programs. I'm sorry, I'm also very sick tonight. Phoenix Housing, Sophia's Kitchen, Dream Center, Pathway Ministries, and the Salvation Army. I am very lucky to provide direct care and services to our most underserved and most vulnerable citizens. Once again, you know the ones Chuck referred to as animals. I have the great honor and privilege to know their names and their stories. You were right, Councilwoman Young. Their stories will bring you to your knees, and they deserve to be heard by everyone in here before we make decisions that criminalize them or dehumanize them. It is important to know I have lived experience. My father was killed in a parking lot. His death certificate read homeless. My mother and I reaped those consequences. His name was Wilford Swan. I could tell the story of a young boy who aged out of foster care. His name was Tyler Smith. He was failed by every system the city claims to have robust services in. I welcome any of you to come meet with me over coffee and hear their stories and the failures that they faced that ultimately led to their death alone in an alley. I could tell you the stories of John, Kenneth, Haley, and many more who were barred from shelters. They mattered. We failed them. You all failed them. We have 414 unsheltered citizens and only 348 beds. Of 291 adults, we only have 264 beds. We have 123 unsheltered children. We have an 84-bed capacity. This does not reflect the domestic violence shelters. Where do they go? The last page of the Peoria Fire Department lists camp issues in 2023. 28 out of those 31 incidents were for health. 2 were for shelters, or 2 were for fires at shelters. This tells me they need support and health care, not punishment. You guys have also said that you will hold their property. I am present most of the time when the city clears camp. Getting that property back, getting all of that property back in good condition is a nightmare. It is one I cannot navigate with all the resources, all the support of the people in the city who actually care. But you're going to put the burden on our people who have nothing to retrieve their property. It has been an epic failure to date. Lula unapologetically distributes tents, sleeping bags, trash bags, shelf-stable food to people with no other options or resources. They are under bans or there are simply no beds. It is a complex and multifaceted issue. They can't be in tents. They can't be in empty houses that the city has a surplus of. The cost is real. They are real. They are citizens and people who deserve more from the city that they call home, even though they don't currently have a home. They are Peoria. I beseech you all to do better.
John Kittinger.
And I definitely oppose this. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. It's simple as that. And that goes in anything. All right. Also, I mean, what I don't understand is who came up with this ordinance. Whoever came up with it, I feel like this. If any of you think that getting rid of the homeless is, oh, the city's gonna be lovey-dovey. You're living in a fantasy world and you better get out of it or you're gonna die and burn. That's just as simple as that. I mean, have you ever even stopped and talked to someone that's homeless? Have you said, hey bro, how you doing? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know none of you. You don't know, and you don't know me. But like I say, I definitely opposed to it. You're either going to be a part of the solution or a part of the problem. I'm going to be part of the solution for myself. And maybe some of my other brothers and sisters, if I can help them. You know, I got a job. I'm still trying to get off the streets. I still struggle, you know. I don't make, $20 an hour, $50, whatever. I make barely minimum wage. But it's all a struggle, man. It just ain't about all drugs. It ain't about alcohol. People like that. If you can't relate to my situation if you ain't never been in it. If you ain't never been homeless, you can't relate to none of us, man. None. But if you said, hey, we all got ideas and solutions, have you ever stopped and asked us? Probably not. I ain't never, like I say, I ain't never seen none of you. This is the first time I ever been here. But, man, but that's all I gotta say.
Tara Wood.
Good evening. My name is Tara Wood, and I'm reading a statement prepared by my friend Mary Staple, a highly respected internal medicine and pediatrics physician in Peoria and part of a team of doctors and nurses who have conducted street medicine in Peoria. She wishes to be here but had a prior engagement. Dr. Staple's opinions do not necessarily express or reflect the views of her employer. She writes the following: I wish to make a response to the proposed ordinance that would prohibit unauthorized camping on public property within the city of Peoria. As someone who does work in the space of care for those struggling with housing insecurity, there are several reasons that I would submit that this decision, if passed, would work greatly against the overall public good and would certainly work against the good of this disadvantaged population. I want to clarify that this ordinance would not be necessary if instead we were making proposals to provide sanctioned or authorized encampments, or even better, if we were working towards further long-term solutions to provide permanent and supportive housing for those in our community who need these services. In that case, we would indeed reduce any costs tied to encampments and abatement, and we would be more meaningfully committing any funds toward permanent solutions for reducing homelessness in our region. In the absence of those more beneficial solutions being put forward, I will provide evidence demonstrating the benefit to leaving encampments intact and the increased cost to society and the community when disallowing these temporary housing solutions. A 2022 statement paper from National Healthcare for the Homeless Council provides a comprehensive view of damages done by the removing or prohibiting of encampments. This article demonstrates that sweeps or removals of encampments damages health and connections to care, compromises personal safety and civic trust, and undermines paths toward housing and financial stability. Prohibiting unauthorized camping would lead to further unnecessary costs to the community. This ordinance does not provide a solution for those struggling with homelessness, and those struggling with homelessness will not just disappear. They will still need somewhere to go, and all these actions will do is worsen trauma and mental health conditions, sever connections to care, and undermine trust in current service providers. This ordinance would end in an increase in arrests and assaults on encampment residents, as evident in the data. These actions have also been shown to contribute to increases in drug overdoses as access to substance use treatment is disrupted. These actions have also been shown to push those struggling with homelessness into more dangerous and isolated environments. This can cause a real increase in morbidity and mortality for this population, also driving up healthcare and ER costs. These actions have been correlated with increased hostile interactions with police. The inability to have a sanctioned or safe place to be drives an increase in likelihood of incarceration, driving up those costs to society as well. We must realize that these actions also disproportionately impact racial minorities as well as those with disabilities. It contributes to unhealthy stigma and communicates a message promoting structural racism to our community. Actions tied to this ordinance would greatly undermine paths toward permanent housing and financial stability. Many vital records are lost with a lack of sustainable place to be. Criminal records are created, fines that cannot be paid, and employment often cannot be attained for all of these reasons. All of this further severs a person's connection to community. I want to emphasize this last point. Evidence shows significant cost increases to communities in enforcing these types of ordinances. Costs to healthcare systems and the criminal justice system are the main costs the taxpayers will face. And most sadly, it diverts our attention from focusing monies on affordable permanent housing solutions that would save all of us money in the long run. Dr. Staple concludes with this personal statement. As a mom of 6 kids, Not me, her. I would just ask that we all remember the values and morals we seek to teach our children from the youngest age. As a person of faith, I teach them the importance of the golden rule. It is the basics of life, the loving of people that will lead our community down a better path. Let's focus on how we can do that and put our resources there instead of in ordinances like this that will not meaningfully help or serve our friends and neighbors. She ends with a quote from Father Gregory Boyle. The ultimate measure of health in any community might well reside in our ability to stand in awe at what folks have to carry, rather than in judgment of how they carry it. I'll conclude with my own comment. I want to remind us that the horseshoe is only one table, and I think the table some of you are talking about being at, and rightly so, is one that includes the voices of not just council members and the neighbors who see the unhoused as, quote, a blight, but those experiencing homelessness, as Dr. Gordon Young and Riggenbach rightly alluded to. This table also includes organizations interacting with the unhoused, as well as the experts and leaders who have created and
Time's
implemented
up.
real comprehensive and strategic plans, like you said, Madam Mayor. Okay, thank you.
Tamara Smith.
Okay, I have no GED or high school diploma nor driver's license. And most of the jobs today, that's what it takes. So if, we can find something that, the homeless community can do, maybe that would help.
Jessica McGee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jessica McGee. I am the co-founder of Lula Not-for-Profit, a nonprofit that was founded in the beginning of the COVID pandemic in 2020 to serve those who live on the street. I have many friends and loved ones who are or have previously been part of the unsheltered community in Peoria, some of whom are here tonight. I am also a full-time business owner and employer, and my business helps to support my family. I mention this because as a business owner in Peoria, who relies on my income to meet my monthly household expenses and to pay my employees, I also understand the challenges of having a business in a neighborhood where many people are struggling and unhoused, who might struggle with mental illness and/or substance use disorders and can sometimes be chaotic. My business is located in an area where unhoused people used to gather publicly. This made it easy for outreach workers to find them and to help them access resources such as food, housing, harm reduction, etc. Our primary goal was and has always been to see our friends on the street safe and with access to the resources to access better and healthier living conditions. Making sure that they know about available shelters and access to housing opportunities has always been part of our work. A tent is a last resort and one that we always hope will only be needed until more stable housing can be acquired. When our unhoused friends were no longer able to gather publicly in the area where my business currently is, unhoused people did not stop gathering. Homelessness did not go away. They just became harder for us to find. And it's at this point that I want to address the syringes and the public urination and the fecal matter that has been brought up several times as being part of the problem with homeless encampments. There's not a single visible encampment inside of my business. Yet I find syringes, fecal matter, and urine puddles right outside my Peoria business door on a regular basis. And I mean literally at my door. I also have a rat or two by my back door, and my housed neighbors have filled my dumpster without permission until I had to pay extra to lock it. I get it, it's frustrating. But these problems aren't exclusive to people who are near homeless encampments. They exist throughout the city. And as someone who did regular neighborhood cleanups when unhoused folks were far more visible in the area where my business is, as well as now when they aren't, I can tell you that I have cleaned up more needles and human fecal matter in the past year than I did in the entire 11-year period between 2009 and 2020, when I had a different business in the same location and was an active outreach worker, and when unhoused folks were far more visible in this particular area. When we can't find people and when we can't see them, we can't help them. We can't refer them to resources. We can't provide a support system for them to lean on as they move towards better living conditions. We can't talk to them about proper needle disposal, how to get on a housing list, where they might find a bathroom that they are allowed to use, and how to access treatment and medical care. There are currently 3 small areas where folks are sleeping outside within a mile of my business, and I guess most people don't know or complain about them because they are well hidden. In finding and visiting each of these areas for the first time this week, it is clear that the residents could benefit from a support system and access to services. The neighborhood could benefit from them having access to these services. The business community could benefit from them having access to these services. But if they are criminalized for being visible, then they will stay in the shadows, where they will remain unhoused and without access to services that can not only benefit the individual, but for all of us as their neighbors. Thank you.
Jessica McGee. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. Nakota Facker. Sorry about that.
Hi. I won't take up too much of your time because I know there are a lot of people that want to speak. My name is Nakota Olson. I'm currently an emergency department nurse, and I also have spent the last 2 years volunteering with Lula and Jolt Harm Reduction. I am here today to speak against an ordinance that would prohibit unauthorized camping and any ordinance that would further criminalize people who are unhoused. Through my experience with Lula, I have seen the chaos that happens when an encampment is disbanded. I have been asked the question, not only as an outreach worker, but as a nurse in the emergency department at 3 a.m. when people have missed shelter check-ins, where do I go? Where do you tell them to go on a cold December night? I am here to speak about the lack of humanity it is to displace a person from the only space that they can call home. That's it.
Seth Major. Seth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Thanks for hearing us out tonight and for beginning this conversation in our city. I'm a resident of the North Valley neighborhood, and our church also gathers in the North Valley neighborhood. And we have taken steps over the last 4 years to increase our proximity with the unhoused population. Many of the people who are served by Jolt Harm Reduction and Phoenix and other entities that are represented here. We have also taken the time to learn and encourage others to learn as well. 2 years ago, we hosted a series of 3 town hall meetings at our facility that were well publicized around the issues of homelessness. And Councilman Allen went to one of them. And that's it. There are entities like ours, a small church of 30 people with an annual budget of $65,000 that are trying to make a real difference. Over the last year, we've increased our capacity to host Jolt and our neighbors into our facility, welcoming them with open arms to receive showers and fresh clothing, to be connected to resources, to have that safe place to be in order to meet with people from Phoenix, in order to meet with people from Jolt Harm Reduction, in order to meet with people from the city, like Nicole, the housing coordinator. And what I want to encourage this council to do is to try to do what a little itty-bitty church in the North Valley has tried to do over the last 4 years. And that is balance authority with responsibility. In pastoral ministry, I've learned over the years that doing the right thing the wrong way is the wrong thing. I've learned that the ends should not always justify the means. Peoria should be a haven for compassionate behavior. Peoria should be a haven for opportunities for people to be treated like humans. This council, as I look around this room, absolutely has been creative in so many other ways. When I think about empty hotels, when I think about empty city or county-owned facilities, when I think about St. Augustine on Spring, there is absolutely no lack of room. There is no lack of facilities that are scaled for housing. What lacks throughout the city is a compassionate impulse that is willing to give someone something that you maybe feel like they haven't earned. But if we can get over that, we're going to see a lot more people helped. Thank you.
Nicholas Hall.
Hi, how's it going? So I wanted to speak about my prepared remarks tonight, but following some comments by Mr. Grab, I wanted to address you directly. I am your constituent, and our neighbors who live on the streets, who live in tents, who live in the woods, they're your neighbors too, and many of them live in your district. The comments that you made tonight are deeply offensive, and it's confusing to me because I remember not but a few weeks ago we had a similar conversation about this very ordinance where you told me there was no plan for the city to go through and put in some ordinance that criminalizes and punishes homeless people. And I keep racking my brain asking myself what changed, and I'm sure that people behind me could speculate what that reason is. But I'm not going to speculate tonight. All I'm going to ask for you to do today is to take the time and sit down with your neighbors who are unhoused. Take the time and sit down with the service providers and work on a solution to the problem that you're so concerned about. You know, earlier you made a comment calling our unhoused neighbors animals. And I noticed later on you were so offended at the idea of a raccoon being thrown into a garbage disposal, but you showed more anger and frustration at that than you have shown any compassion that you have shown for our unhoused neighbors. They deserve your apology. Someone who is running for mayor should say that they're going to run and represent all of Peoria. That includes your unhoused neighbors. That includes the people living on the street. And it's clear tonight that this community cares about the people living here, whether they are housed or not. So, do you really want to be a person that represents all of Peoria, or do you want to be a person who represents the business owners, who, by the way, you just voted against one business owner receiving their liquor license? So, I am asking you not, because I know you don't respond during this comment. I expect to see an apology to our neighbors, not to me, to our neighbors. I demand that of you as your constituent, because that was deeply offensive.
Did we hear from Noah Palm? Okay, sorry, Noah. That was Nicholas, right? Okay. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Noah Palm, and I'm here on behalf of the Peoria chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union to express our opposition to the public camping ordinance. The National ACLU has already condemned the Supreme Court case that allowed the ordinance to be possible because it violates the 8th Amendment that protects citizens against cruel and unusual punishment. Furthermore, this was the opinion of the Supreme Court since the Robinson versus California case from 1962. I understand Greya believes that this ordinance was possible before the Grants Pass case, and that is true. However, it would be likely faced by heavy litigations by organizations like the ACLU for violating the Eighth Amendment. For instance, in Boulder, Colorado in 2022, where the court ruled in favor of ACLU's stand saying it correctly alleged that the city's ordinance was cruel and unusual punishment. And that's just one example. For the following reasons, we will be condemning this ordinance tonight. First, the ordinance as drafted is cruel, criminalizing people for sleeping in public parks even though they have nowhere else to go. The penalties attached to those who violate the ordinance are especially punishing, running into the hundreds of dollars from people who are already struggling to survive and could even mean jail time. The ordinance also falls disproportionately on people of color and people with disabilities who tend to be overrepresented among those who are unhoused. Even if there wasn't fines, another concern is in that ordinance is the expansion of the power of police to search and seize people's property without a warrant. This expansion of police power that raises serious Fourth Amendment concerns. Americans treasure our right to protect ourselves and our property under the Fourth Amendment. We can all imagine how we would feel if police were allowed to simply search our homes or cars on a whim. Everyone deserves those protections, even if they are unhoused. If the goal of the ordinance is to help people in Peoria, the use of punitive fines does just the opposite. Levying fines and penalties against those who are already experiencing difficulty with finding housing only intensifies their financial insecurity, making it more, not less, likely that they are able to find permanent housing. Repeatedly fining people who are already unable to afford permanent housing simply traps them in a cycle of fines and debt that makes it all the more difficult to secure housing. Homelessness is a complex problem not only in Peoria, but across the country. Criminalizing those who find themselves in this situation will not lead to a solution. A major cause of homelessness is the lack of affordable housing. The council could address those issues rather than criminalize those who are already experiencing hardship because of the lack of such housing. As a community, we should be looking for solutions, not scapegoating those who are already struggling to find housing. We can do better than this cruel ordinance. I think Peoria residents take pride in attempting to provide an exceptional quality of life for all people in the community. As the Corporate Council reported earlier, our city has a history of doing that. However, an ordinance that criminalizes the behavior of people because they are unhoused and sleep in our public parks and other public areas flies in the face of that goal. The City Council should reject this cruel proposal. Thank you.
Miranda Bates. Okay. Okay. Kathy McNeil.
I like to get straight to the point. What I believe is that this council, this table, and all these other tables that you actually mentioned in the beginning of the meeting of what it's costing the city, if I'm correct. Organizations like Phoenix, Jolt, Lula, OSF Street Medical Outreach, Sophie's Kitchen, the Porch Pantry, Halfway Something, and Salvation Army, and the Southside Mission. I thought that there was a coalition of those organizations that somebody like those come together and talk about, well, you know, even things that are even related, such as racial equity, violence. I mean, Peoria's, okay, so you have spent a task force, funded a task force for stolen vehicles. I think that's good. So can't we have a task force for this? I mean, you're hearing a lot about don't do this. You know, I mean, we need to say what we want to do about it. And Councilman Riggenbach, I'm so excited to hear you say that you might even want to participate in something just like that. And I would guess that there's others who would also. And so, yeah, this is a table, and like someone also mentioned, there's other tables that we could get together. And I mean, sure, we need a solution as quickly as possible. Someone had mentioned about how we don't really have low-income housing, enough of that to even get started. And I want to mention, I tried to find out, Rockford, Illinois has gotten national recognition for its solutions. They have, I emailed them, I haven't got an answer. I looked on their website. Part of their solution is some stricter guidelines for landlords. I mean, I encourage you to go to their website. I'm waiting for an answer from Representative Sorensen on that. But I see that there are these people that represent these places. And, you know, if they can all be here practically at the same time, I would think that we could surely, and I don't know the Reverend here. I thought there was some church leaders that had gathered on this issue, or city leaders. There's a committee for houseless people. I don't know enough about it, but I just want to say I'm ready to get in too. I mean, as much as I don't know, I would say that it's got to be about a table like this, or maybe we're a little closer and a little friendlier. So basically, that's pretty much what I was going to say, that I had tried to find out what other cities. Madam Mayor, that was exciting to hear you say you want to approach this cautiously, and, you know, we want something practical and feasible that is compassionate. That's pretty much where I was going to go with this. Yeah, that our distinguished Supreme Court, you know, they found another segment of the population to look at the freedom that they have and give them more freedom. Yeah, let's have the freedom to criminalize homeless people. No.
Rose Farrell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. I come to you today as a Peorian, born and raised, and someone who, for about half of their life, has worked with the public, including those experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Many public spaces here in Peoria welcome these people with open arms, but only as long as we are physically open. After our doors close and we lock up for the night, we don't know what happens to the people who used our space as refuge. And how lucky are we to be able to go home, slough off the evening within the four walls of our houses and apartment buildings? Once the hardships of the day hit us, we are enveloped in privacy. Not all of us have that luxury. No, in fact, when you are experiencing homelessness, your worst day is on full display to the public. If you take people who have already been failed by society and you poke them and shake them, they will understandably be disturbed. Perhaps they were just trying to sleep off the night that they stayed wide awake for in order to protect themselves. And if you pick at them, they may act out. Then you slap them with a fine that they cannot pay. And then what? I think we can all infer what happens next. You cannot beautify our city by being unkind. These are people who deserve to be treated with the same kindness you offer someone wearing a suit. A person's external appearance does not denote their housing status. That person dressed to the nines could be experiencing homelessness, just as that person wearing a tattered shirt could own 5 properties. You just don't know. And yes, overall, we do need to practice compassion. The people experiencing homelessness are our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, sisters, siblings, uncles, and aunties. They look just like you and me. Don't leave these people, your citizens, behind. As we move forward as a city, we must remember to uplift one another. To quote Dr. Angela Y. Davis, we must always attempt to lift as we climb. Thank you.
Lawrence Machard.
My name is Lawrence Michard, and thank you all for letting me speak. I would just want to say real quick, and it's very important, I've said it before, please consider putting the public comments at the beginning of the meeting. You have seen wonderful people that have sat through 4 hours of your business, and they have waited here patiently. And remember, you are all paid very well to be here. You consider it an honor to be here. Everyone behind me considers it an honor to be here, but they have family and job obligations. My God, we've lost people tonight, and that just shouldn't happen. You have to be inclusive. You have to be inclusive. I want to say first that I think we have a great opportunity here regarding the homeless situation, the unhoused situation. I appreciate, Madam Mayor, what you said about getting the police out of this, about getting more social services into this, about this being just the beginning, okay? The thing was that the beginning of this, the reason it's all up here is because of the Supreme Court ruling, the Donald Trump Supreme Court ruling in Grants Pass. The city couldn't do it quick enough to put in this ordinance draft, and that had punitive measures, hundreds of dollars, and jail time. I mean, my God, that is the core of what that ordinance is about, of what this ordinance is about. So thank God we've got time to talk about this. I appreciate what you said, Madam Mayor. I think that you are going at this the right way, but let's not jump into this because the Supreme Court made that ruling a couple weeks ago. You know, the Peoria police couldn't wait to sweep out encampments as soon as that passed. The night that it passed, we know that the cops went through various places and swept them and got people out. You know, they weren't waiting for an ordinance. They saw that the legality of the Supreme Court, and they took their cue from that, and they went and committed basically violence against the unsheltered people. And let's not quibble about what's going on. If we have punitive measures, if we have fines and jail time, the people that's directed against, they will be traumatized, they have no way to pay it, and they will end up in jail. If you want to look at, everyone talks about data. It's very easy to look up the data on what happens when you take the aggressive sweeping, police sweep actions in encampments. People are traumatized. People are, you know, they lose everything. The stuff isn't saved. And they are just they're put back into the far reaches of society. A lot of people have said that, you know, that when these things happen, the people they don't go away. They just go into the dark recesses, the darker recesses of our society, of the city of Peoria. And that is not good, not at all. But I appreciate, Madam Mayor, what you said. I know that your heart's in the right place. I applaud you for redirecting some of the intention of this ordinance. You know, whoever drew that up, they did not have the people of Peoria in mind. One other thing I want to talk about, of course, is a ceasefire. I think we also have a great opportunity to pass a ceasefire resolution by the Peoria City Council. Madam Mayor, you said that we should be, you know, neutral. It doesn't affect us. Well, I think that I'm hoping that yourself and other city council people here will take the time to understand what's going on and to understand that it affects people right here, right now. Today, when I was doing yard work, and I was just doing simple things out in doing weeding and cutting the grass, stuff like that. And I just saw that people in Gaza are just, hundreds of people were killed. 90% of them were children. And they were all, this happened by American-made weapons. So please, it affects us all. We have got to pass a ceasefire resolution. We hope that everyone here, gets back into what we really want to do with that, and we want to show our humanity, and we want to show that playing in Peoria is filled with humanity and decency.
Your time's up.
And understanding. Thank you very much.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council members, this has been a long evening, so I will be very brief. I don't think there's anything that I could elaborate on more than the passion that you've heard behind me, but I'm here representing Home for All Continuum of Care. We are a network of providers that come together to create our strategy around addressing homelessness in our service area. And I want to extend the offer to be that bridge between the passion and the work that you're doing here tonight around this table, to connect with lived expertise, to connect with our providers, to connect with all of those different institutions and systems of care as we work to effectively address this, so we don't have to turn to criminalization and we can have a more wholehearted approach to ensuring that we are effectively addressing encampments in our community. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hopefully meeting with very many of you in the near future.
Thank you. Ruba Abo Hashesh.
Quickly before I start, I just want to say I didn't prepare anything about homelessness, but I do agree with everybody that's talking about it here. A funny story is whenever I walk home from Bradley to my dorms, it's always a homeless man telling me to get my GPA up or to be a good person and you smile because you woke up today. So I really agree with everybody. But nevertheless, my name is Ruba, and I'm here with Peoria for Palestine that's very distinguishedly wearing red today. As someone born and raised in Palestine, I witnessed a lot growing up. My family were displaced many times after Israeli soldiers constantly terrorized our neighborhood, including shooting on our walls. I've witnessed bombing so loud I, till this day, can't even enjoy the lightning of the bee shield at the beginning of semester without my heart pounding at my chest. Unable to see my dad because Israel divided the land into strips, banks, and walls. Like as one normally does with land. I have entertaining stories for days. But compared to what innocent civilians of Gaza go through every day, my story is rainbow and butterflies. It's been 9 months, over 300 days of this intense genocide and the constant living in fear, starvation, and terror. But why should you care? I mean, it's always chaotic in the Middle East, isn't it? It's not like it affects Peoria. It's not like America sends $4 billion a year to the Israeli government or to the Israeli army, or $15 billion a year since October 7th, including the world's largest warship. It's not like we're letting Caterpillar be in service for the Israeli military here in Peoria. I mean, am I right? It doesn't have to do anything with us. So while Mayor can claim that the city must remain neutral yet compassionate, I hate to break it to you, we are not neutral at all. All of our tax dollars are funding this genocide. If that doesn't anger you, then think about what those billions can do for American people. You do have the power to do something about this. Mayor is right. Peoria is not Chicago. Peoria is Peoria, and we should focus on what our city can do. Starting with signing a ceasefire resolution to show our people and the outside people that we stand for humanity. And then, maybe we can place some sanctions on Caterpillar and all the other stuff. But one thing at a time, right? So I'm a part of Bradley Women's Basketball Program, and my coach told me that a good leader is someone who is tough enough to hold others accountable, yet humble enough to see her own mistakes and owning up to them. As council members and as mayor, you're all great leaders in some way, with the power to change aspects of people's life. And with that comes great responsibility. A responsibility to stand against injustices and oppression, protect the citizens of Peoria. I got harassed walking to my basketball game because I'm wearing my keffiyeh. Now, luckily, the staff immediately banned him from coming to all of our games, but I mean, look how easy it was to identify the bad guy. I mean, newsflash, Israeli Defense Forces are the bad guys here. Even the ICJ and the ICC has confirmed it. So if they can take the stand, I think we should too. All we're asking for is a ceasefire. Because the hard truth is that Peoria is not neutral. Like Norman Finkelstein said, silence in the face of justice is complicity. If it is the lack of evidence that makes you hesitate, then say the word and we can provide you many sources. We're wearing red today, ironically a color representing both love and blood. The beauty of the Palestinian resilience is that in the midst of bloodshed, Palestinian children are still running around loving life, hoping for another day. We hope that the red we're wearing only represents love, and you can help us do so. You can do your part. Mayor, you owe it to this town and you owe it to the good of your soul to do right and be on the right side of the history. And I'm also very excited to be a part of it in your class this fall semester. We can chat about this every Thursday. Thank you.
Osley Brown.
Good evening. Recently, I visited Denver, Colorado with my family. Denver had a pretty similar ordinance to the one being proposed today. All over the city, we saw signs reading no sitting, no standing, and hostile architecture like divided benches or open fields with huge fences around them, warning you about fines or being arrested for laying down outside. I was there to enjoy the scenery and architecture of the city, not the homeless population, obviously. However, I can certainly say that constant signage about standing in one spot too long and hostile architecture made me feel much more uncomfortable and unwelcome in that city than seeing people sleeping on the grass. One of those things made me feel persecuted and on edge, like I was constantly being watched and judged, and the other had no effect on me at all. All of this is to say that our city's image is more adversely affected by hostility towards the vulnerable as opposed to people being able to see them. I have lived in Peoria my whole life. I love this city. I grew up here. I've gone to school here. I've done everything here. As a child, I was taught to be generous, display kindness, and to help someone you see who has encountered a problem. My parents, teachers, and friends have all taught me this through their actions. And I believe that I've grown to be a better person because of it. So my instinct when I hear that people are out suffering, living on the streets without houses, is we should get them houses, not we should put them in jail. I think that if that is your first instinct, to find people and put them in jail for suffering, you need to seriously reevaluate your morals. When children see a struggling person being arrested for sleeping outside, what are they being taught as a young generation? Certainly not generosity nor kindness. They're being taught that when you see someone who has encountered a problem, you should hurt rather than help them. Our city's actions are showing them to be hostile towards the vulnerable and struggling. I, for one, don't want the youngest generation of Peoria growing up just like I have to become people in favor of hurting others. The world already has enough of those people. I ask the council to consider Peoria's image and influence on its residents before passing an ordinance that directly harms the homeless population and all of our city. Thank you.
Victoria Brown.
It's my daughter. Wasn't she lovely? My name is Victoria Brown, and I would like to address the council this evening as someone who has worked as a volunteer with Imago Dei Church, Lula, and Jolt, all organizations that have been seeking the alleviation of suffering of those who live unsheltered. I'm not entirely sure what I can add to anything else that has been said, but I do hope that the council has talked to the people that this ordinance will directly affect. They are also your constituents. I hope the information you used to create this ordinance did not only come from those who have property, images to protect, and easy means to contact you. The solution to not seeing suffering does not seem very creative, and I would like you to consider that this is a solution to not seeing suffering. It is not a solution to end homelessness or aid in any way those who are unsheltered. This ordinance seems to be written only for those who are housed. Any city could write an ordinance like this. Can't Peoria do better? Homelessness is a complex problem, and it requires a complex and creative solution. I do not see anything in this ordinance that addresses the real issues I see when I volunteer in my city. Does this ordinance consider what the real causes and consequences of being unsheltered are? These are my friends, people who have had every support taken away from them. As privileged as we all are, have we considered the number of layers of support we have around us if something goes wrong? You probably have many people, family and friends, you can call if you need something, insurance for some emergencies, and cars to get you where you need to go. How many things would have to go wrong in your life before you became unsheltered? I hope you never have to find out, and I would certainly hope you would never have to be fined or imprisoned for the lack of support you found yourself in. My friends have lost all their layers of support, and now one of their final supports, the city they call home, is turning against them. In a destitute state, does the city really think that fines will deter anyone from sleeping outside? Do you think they want to be there in the first place? I fail to see how this ordinance changes anything except to make losing your support in life a crime. I urge the council not to be like other cities. It might seem easy to pass this ordinance against seeing suffering, but it is not creative, collaborative, or comprehensive, and does nothing to address the real issues that are at play in our community. I urge the council to work with agencies that directly intersect with the unsheltered population in Peoria to be one of the cities in our nation that refuses to criminalize suffering. Of course, it won't be easy and it won't be quick, but it could be a beacon of light for how other cities could handle the suffering in their areas. Peoria could be a city that sees people for who they are, not a city that only sees someone's outward status as unsheltered. Be brave, Peoria. People are always worth our best. I ask the council, are you doing your best? Are you being brave? Thank you.
Hannah Linder.
Hello, my name is Hannah Linder. I'm in strong opposition to the public camping ordinance. As we've been hearing, there are a lot of solutions that we can explore that would have a better impact for our community. One that I want to share is that we need to expand access to rental and utility assistance programs in our community. At my job, I manage one of these rental assistance programs. On a weekly basis, I encounter people in our community who don't qualify for my program or any local program and don't have any other options. In conversations with my colleagues, they've echoed this concern. We try to guide people to the resources they do qualify for, but many people slip through the cracks and lose their homes. I hope that the council dedicates a team to investigate the scope of this issue, but it seems like more people in Peoria are facing housing insecurity than ever before. I urge you, please listen to your unhoused neighbors. Continue to work closely with local and grassroots community resources to find innovative solutions for Peoria families and individuals facing homelessness. And since we're talking about letting people stay in their homes, I have to mention Palestine. Israel has forced thousands of Palestinians away from their homes since the Nakba in 1948, and thousands more since October 7th. Many people still carry the keys to their houses decades later, no matter how many times they are displaced, and no matter how many atrocities they endure. It's time for Peoria to pass a ceasefire resolution to show our solidarity with the Palestinians against Israel's crimes against humanity. Peorians stand for justice, and from Peoria to Palestine, we stand up for our neighbors. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome. Jessamine Hill, I think she's gone. Taylor Maxfield.
Evening, neighbors, city council. I am a resident in Peoria. I'm a neighbor and friend to many other Peoria residents, including those who are unhoused or have been formerly unhoused. I think we've heard a lot of great things today. I'm a student, forever student of becoming a better neighbor, and I think that's a journey that can help us all. We are all in this together, and I am believing more and more that there really is no they, and the more we can get that out of our vocabulary, they and them, the more good we can do as a community, as neighbors in our city. I am advocating for the City Council and all of us to consult with the Home for All Continuum of Care with United Way. Kate Green spoke today. This continuum of care is partnered with many of the nonprofits we mentioned today as well. Christina Call also spoke from Phoenix Community Development. These are major players in Peoria that have many years of experience and proximity to our neighbors. I urge us all to connect with the experts and connect with our unhoused neighbors to further address the situation and edit this ordinance greatly. I advocate strongly for a delay in, drafting and putting in a new ordinance. I'm strongly against any fines or jail time. And I also urge you in another draft of an ordinance, if that does come, to have very mandatory and specific discretion points. The ordinance right now mentions some discretion, but without a lot of knowledge of resources in the area or training on how to, handle certain situations, someone who is coming to an encampment or meeting someone who is sleeping, outside might not have that wealth of knowledge to draw from. And when they take their discretion, we don't know what that will look like. I think people really need to have a wealth of knowledge to draw from, and those mandatory discretions be in place, especially when our shelters are full, which they often are. In the winter, a couple years ago, when the encampment was moved from under the bridge, and the city partnered with Phoenix and the continuum of care to move people along to permanent housing, that was in the winter. There were over 20 people living under the bridge, outside. This problem doesn't go away when it's cold. Someone also said, just because we can't see people suffering doesn't mean they're not. The health issue is very great, not just when we see people sleeping outside, but when we don't. That actually should trigger an alarm for us too. That is when health equity is at risk, because those providers who go into encampments and see our unhoused neighbors are not able to access them. Where do you think people go when it's cold? It might be an unsafe situation. It might be a place not fit for habitation. The safety and health risks don't just go away because we don't see them when we're driving home. Thank you so much for your time.
Aiden Kolb.
Hello, good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Aiden. I've lived in Peoria for 21 years, born here, raised here, went to school here. I'm a student, an organizer, a harm reductionist, but most importantly, I'm a community member and neighbor who cares very deeply about the unhoused residents of Peoria, Illinois. I'm going to keep this relatively short, relatively concise in the interest of those speaking behind me. So first and foremost, as we all know, poverty as well as homelessness are not self-perpetuating, meaning that they cannot exist in and of themselves. These aforementioned issues are the result of a myriad of policy decisions made at the federal, the state, as well as the local level, such as here. From the bulldozing of the slums during the urban renewal period of 1949 to the mid-1950s, to the public-private partnership of the Hope 6 program, which dramatically decreased the availability of public housing to the lowest income residents of any given metropolitan area. Policies and decisions made at any and all levels of government have the potential to harm the most vulnerable and underserved members of any given community, members who have already been alienated and abandoned by people in power. I wholeheartedly believe that your collective ruling on this ordinance can and might drastically harm the unsheltered residents of this community. Let me be frank. Being downtrodden is not a crime and should never be treated as such. This policy proposes an arbitrary and punitive solution to a problem that arose due to past policy decisions such as those I mentioned, and more importantly, those I did not. The number is almost incalculable. The people, and let me be frank, the people, not animals, the human beings with hopes, dreams, and desires who will be fined and jailed if this ordinance is passed are oftentimes victims of decisions and initiatives that were made without their individual needs, stories, and inputs in mind. These people did not wake up one day and decide to sleep outside on a whim or because they're lazy or unmotivated or any other of that bootstrap ideology that has been presented earlier today. This ordinance is cruel, unusual, and punitive by every single stretch of the definition. It is well documented that punitive methods have the ability to oftentimes defer and further exasperate issues that they were originally designed to alleviate. I believe that instead of punishing these people, we need to further support and uplift local support solutions such as public housing-oriented shelters and nonprofits, harm reduction organizations, as well as community leaders. I urge all of you to shift your focus away from the punitive methods and to instead think about the entities that already work with and are entrusted and entrenched within these communities. Once again, I urge you all to work with us and no longer work against us. Thank you.
Trendy Schaffner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for staying as long as you have to hear our comments. I stand before you tonight not just as the Director of Substance Use Services at Jolt Harm Reduction, but as someone who believes deeply in the inherent dignity and humanity of every person. As you consider any proposed ordinances that would criminalize homelessness and outdoor camping, I urge you to pause and reflect on the true impact that this policy would have on our community, especially on those who are often unseen and unheard, the people who sleep outside because they have nowhere else to go. At the heart of our shared humanity is a simple truth. Every person, regardless of their circumstance, is deserving of respect, compassion, and love. When we speak about experiencing homelessness, we are talking about our neighbors, our fellow human beings. These are individuals who have dreams, who have faced unimaginable challenges, and like all of us, seek safety, stability, and a sense of belonging. Laws that criminalize the very existence of a certain population are inhumane, regressive, and harken back to the darker days of our existence as a country. The Supreme Court ruling that paved the way for these types of ordinances, the Grants Pass ruling, is because of a similar ban in a place that was once a sundown town. I think that everyone here tonight should pause and ask themselves if being associated with that kind of town is the future we want for Peoria. If you're a person of Christian faith and guided by the teachings of Jesus, I challenge you to remember that Jesus consistently showed love and care for the most vulnerable among us. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus tells us, "Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." This is a powerful reminder that how we treat those who are struggling is a reflection of our own moral character. To criminalize people simply for being homeless is to turn away from the very teachings that call us to love and serve one another. To criminalize homelessness is to deny the humanity of those who have already been marginalized. It is to say that their presence, their existence, is something to be hidden away or punished. But those of us who work directly with people who will be affected by these ordinances know that this is not true. We know that every person who sleeps outside has a story, and often that story is one of incredible resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. Like the person who lost their job and couldn't afford rent, the individual fleeing domestic violence with nowhere else to turn, the veteran who served our country but now battles the invisible wounds of war, or the person who struggles with mental illness and finds themselves without support. These are not criminals. These are people who deserve our compassion, our help, and our love. We must look for solutions that honor the dignity of every person. We must ask ourselves, how can we help rather than punish? How can we lift up rather than push down? If the service providers, who you've heard from a lot of them tonight, who are doing direct care, had been asked to the table in the drafting of this ordinance, they would have shared with you a lot of the ideas that you've heard tonight. They would have told you to expand access to housing, including transitional housing programs that could ensure that service providers would still be able to find, access, and provide support to individuals experiencing homelessness. Jessica made a great point saying they'll still be homeless, we won't be able to find them, and they'll never get housed. Removing encampments makes the work harder for outreach teams like Joel and Phoenix. It disables those people whose homes have been torn down and removed, setting them back even further and trying to improve their situation. They tell you to invest in supportive services. But I'd like to remind you that even those people who sleep outside have agency and should have the autonomy to decide what services they choose to engage in. If you're forcing them into services, you're not giving them a choice. It's not really a decision that they've made. They tell you to build community and connection. People experiencing homelessness often feel isolated and forgotten. Please create spaces where those people experiencing homelessness can lend their voices and their experience to help shape public policies that deal with this issue. They'd ask you to lead with compassion. As leaders, you have the power to set the tone for our community. Please don't let your table here around this horseshoe be so far removed from the people affected by your policies that you think criminalizing and punishing is the same as helping lift people out of their unfavorable circumstances. By leading with compassion.
Your time's up, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Ren Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ren Parker, and I use he, him pronouns. I'm the VP of Communications for the Board of Directors of Peoria Proud, and I'm here to represent them tonight. It has recently come to our attention that the City Council would be discussing a new ordinance criminalizing unhoused individuals for sleeping outside and in camps in the city of Peoria. We would like to urge the City Council to consider a few things before passing any ordinances that would criminalize the unhoused population. Homelessness is a crisis that affects many individuals, but its efforts are disproportionately severe on marginalized communities, including the queer population. In Peoria, where resources and support systems for homeless individuals are already limited, criminalizing homelessness would exacerbate these challenges and disproportionately affect LGBTQ+ individuals. Members of the queer community face distinct challenges that increase their vulnerability to homelessness. Many individuals experience rejection from their families, discrimination in the workplace, and lack of access to safe and affirming housing. This can lead to a higher incidence of homelessness among queer individuals, who often find themselves in precarious and unsafe situations to begin with. Criminalizing their survival through ordinances targeting activities like loitering or panhandling only worsens our situations by pushing them further into the margins of society. The Trevor Project, the leading suicide prevention and crisis intervention nonprofit organizations for queer youth, released a study titled Homelessness and Housing Instability Among LGBTQ+ Youth that provides statistics about the impact of homelessness in the LGBTQ community. According to the study, 28%, nearly 1/3 of queer youth reported experiencing homelessness or housing instability in their lives, including higher rates among transgender and non-binary youth. Of those youth, 16% of LGBTQ youth reported that they slept away from their parents or caregivers because they ran away, with more than half reporting they ran away because of mistreatment or fear of mistreatment due to their identity. 14% of youth who reported they slept away from their parents or caregivers did so because they were kicked out or abandoned due to their identity. And it's not just youth who are disproportionately impacted by homelessness and housing instability. A study by the UCLA School of Law, Williams Institute, showed that of the homeless and unhoused population surveyed, 8% were transgender adults across all sexual orientations, 3% of cisgender and genderqueer sexual minority adults, and 1% of cisgender straight adults. In Peoria, the impact of such criminalization would be particularly harsh. The city's resources for supporting homeless individuals are already stretched majorly thin, with limited shelter options and social services. For queer individuals in Peoria who may already face additional barriers to accessing these services due to discrimination or lack of LGBTQ inclusive support, criminalizing homelessness would mean further entrenching them in a cycle of poverty and legal trouble. The prospect of arrest or fines for merely existing in public spaces would only deepen their isolation and hinder their ability to seek help. Instead of criminalizing homelessness, Peoria should focus on expanding access to affordable housing, increasing support services, and fostering inclusive programs that cater to the specific needs of LGBTQ+ individuals. By investing in preventative measures and supportive services, we can address the root causes of homelessness and help create a more just and equitable community. The city of Peoria has worked diligently over the past several years to become a welcoming and inclusive city for marginalized communities. We urge you to reconsider these factors and advocate for policies that support rather than penalize those who are most in need. Addressing homelessness with empathy and understanding will not only aid the queer community, but also strengthen the fabric of our city as a whole. Thank you for your attention to this crucial matter, and have a good night.
Kristen Mearcord? She's gone. Okay. Darcy Katie?
Good evening, City Council members and Madam Mayor, Dr. Ali. Thanks for hanging in there. We're going on 5.5 hours strong.
It's all right.
So, tonight I'd like to inform all of you, along with the present community members and those watching at home, about the growing community support for the Peoria City Council to pass a ceasefire resolution, along with hopefully providing further clarity on the intersectionality of the treatment of our local houseless population versus those that are houseless in Palestine due to ongoing genocide, along with highlighting why it is our moral and ethical obligation to protect one of society's most vulnerable populations, the houseless. I believe it is both immoral and unconscionable to even consider penalizing people for sleeping outside. However, under the new ordinance, people can receive a citation and a possible fine. A key point worth noting is that if a person receives 3 violations of this ordinance within 6 months of the first one given, then there is a possibility of serving time in the county jail of up to 6 months, effectively criminalizing houselessness. I, as a longtime resident of Peoria, do not support this ordinance in its current form. This ordinance clearly does not account for the complexity of houselessness when you consider that according to SAMHSA in the United States, 21% of individuals experiencing houselessness have reported having a serious mental illness, and 16% have reported having substance use disorder, while 37% of individuals who identified as Black and 24% identifying as Hispanic comprise the houseless population in this survey. meaning 60% of people experiencing houselessness are people of color. The populations that would be most affected should this ordinance pass as it is written currently are those that face systemic racism, lack of appropriate and necessary services to support them on their mental health and substance recovery journeys, along with a host of other factors that funnel into why houselessness exists in the first place. We as a community will not effectively alleviate nor end houselessness in Peoria by criminalizing it. I ask that the council give deep consideration to how they can support local organizations that interact on a daily basis with the houseless, such as Jolt, Lula, Phoenix, Dream Center Peoria, Peoria Friendship House, just to name a few. I am grateful to see so many local community members, activists, and organizations coming out to voice their concerns about the ordinance that will impact our local houseless community, and I ask that each of you in turn consider the impact that funding from your tax dollars is having on the houseless of Palestine. Many of you in this room tonight may be unaware that approximately $1,746,400 of Peoria, Illinois taxpayer income has been sent to Israel to fund the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Rather than your hard-earned money going to fund the destruction of 85% of the buildings in Gaza and 90% of the population being displaced and effectively houseless, why not support using these funds from the figure I gave just moments ago to support and fund 19 local elementary school teachers or 207 local public housing units for 1 year? We have so much to offer our community if only we the people would choose to take a stand against funding a genocide. If you do not want increased houselessness in Peoria, Illinois, and would rather support our houseless friends and family for them to hopefully have a more stable quality of life in the future, then why on earth would you support and fund the creation of houselessness en masse in Palestine? If the targeting and criminalization of houselessness locally feels morally and ethically wrong to you, then please do not support it happening anywhere else. We as a community must continue to come together to create the change we wish to see in this world. So please keep showing up like you have tonight. And please join us in supporting a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Justin Luba.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a constituent of Councilman Graham, who's a landlord and a resident of an apartment in a property managed by Councilman Euler. Before I begin my comments, I just wanted to note the irony of the proposal draft's most vocal supporters themselves receiving passive income from surplus properties. The proposal draft on responses to camping at public property is what happens when we are conditioned to casually and habitually dehumanize each other. Systematically responding to vulnerability with carcerality, in addition to being violent and ineffective, shows that those who promote this practice do not see the people it would directly impact as human beings or worthy of care. A thriving community requires resources and support, not a punitive reaction to vulnerability. In the United States and in Peoria, we are continuously asked to dehumanize each other in order to rationalize our existence in a society that works to destroy some people's opportunities to lead livable lives. Whether they are destroyed by the socioeconomic conditions created by policy choices in Peoria or destroyed by the American military complex as it is unleashed on people in Gaza. The imperative to casually dehumanize is so pervasive, and the horrors that it makes possible so wide-ranging and inhumane that it demands a constant and conscientious effort to work against it. I want to thank those council members who emphasize the need to avoid criminalizing our unhoused community members and the need to center services and resources over punishment and state violence. This proposal draft is absolutely an example of a policy designed to elevate state violence. This is not how we build a survivable world for each other. And to speak directly to Chuck, as your constituent who has never received a callback, despite many attempts to reach out, he can't even look at me as I'm speaking to him now, interesting. That was quite the tantrum. The theatrics and childish grandstanding make your input on this issue impossible to take seriously, and demonstrate your callousness to human suffering, as well as a damning lack of basic sociological literacy. Your comments tonight will haunt you in all of your future political endeavors. You lead with rage and disgust instead of love, and it makes you weak. You owe the unhoused community an apology, and you need to humble yourself. There are many people who spoke more powerfully and intelligently than I can on this topic. I would only urge all members of the council to vote and speak on these issues in a way that explicitly affirms the humanity of all of our community members. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Jet Baker.
Yeah, Alan was after my heart, mentioning how, speaking of young Black professionals, there's nowhere you can go, and I feel sad that there's no place to mention. I live closer to the Empire Lounge than Northwoods Mall is, so right around the corner is within walking distance. I would love to see a space like that. I would love to see a space like Highly Flavored supported in our community. Back to what are you questioning, I think is a really great way to frame either of these issues. But want to join the folks up before saying ceasefire now. The silence is violence. Good afternoon, evening now, friends, comrades, allies, co-conspirators in the building and online, including those who didn't get to speak. I know a few who didn't get a card or had to leave early. And hello, Peoria City Council members, we see you. We see those of you who at your earliest opportunity are doing what you can to criminalize people without shelter, based on the ruling of an extreme right-wing Supreme Court, which has been enlisted, bought, and paid for by Donald Trump and MAGA loyalists. The background provided by the city imprint, which directly references the case in Oregon in the first line, highlights the paternalism of this idea, and it illustrates the reverse logic used on civil rights, which ignores the designation of protected class and is using police to enforce an ideal of society that benefits, as Graham mentioned, a business class, as opposed to the people they will be locking up. And as Bernice Young pointed out, Gordon Young, excuse me, pointed out, sometimes hours after they're released. So that's 2, right? 2 strikes out of 3. Just as well, it shows an insistence on naming and prioritizing this issue as a public nuisance over these folks' lives, the public's health and safety. It also shows a commitment by the city to spend money on homelessness, but in a carceral manner. I wonder how many police officers were told that so much of their time, speaking of police, so much of their time would be spent ejecting people without shelter from public property and pulling them into a cycle of criminality by taking their things, uprooting their lives, giving them a criminal record for existing. How much money will be spent on incarcerating folks, getting them representation, uprooting them, apprehending them? Will there be a task force in the interest of this issue? It takes weeks to address these encampments, right? How much overtime will be allotted for this issue? Does this have the support of the police, the county? As this person mentioned, that's what. That money could be more tangibly and more ethically spent helping people who are our neighbors. This ordinance outlines no plan outside of criminalization and the storage of items, which after 6 months in jail, they'll be gone, right? The mayor alluded to not doing this until we were ready. We could go on and on about solutions, but this is not one of them. To the person who liken these folks to animals 3 times over, I think you shared a few facts we could all agree on. Oftentimes, people without shelter have lower life expectancy, and we should help them, not send them to jail. I think many of us would agree jail time and fines are punitive. Jail time and fines don't help people without shelter to find permanent housing solutions. Apathy is not the reality here. You were saying nobody wants to hurt people. We want to help them. This doesn't help people.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Hind Ekar.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. I could have been on a plane back to Lebanon to go see my mother and my siblings now. But the threats of violence from Israel reached us here, reached my family here, and disrupted our lives and our plans, regardless of how far we are. We are yet again in this beautiful chamber, we being Peoria for Palestine and allies and friends. And I am at a total loss. Why? 10 months of continuous genocide of unprecedented magnitude played in front of our eyes 24/7. Continuous killing and destructions, and nothing is done to stop it. In fact, the more the lawlessness of Israel gets, the more they violate the sovereignty of other countries, commit acts against international law, like assassinations, even when they assassinate the people they are negotiating with. It seems the more our country stands behind them. There is something very, very wrong with this behavior. Our president just sent them $3.4 billion in weapons. And right before I came here, an announcement of 20 more billion, in addition to the billions and billions already sent since the genocide, and the umpteen billions before that. And after they provoked and assassinated, we sent them our Navy, our submarines, our fighter jets, our troops, our men and women to defend them? Defend what? Their genocide? Their breaking of international laws? Their continual illegal barbaric occupation? How many millions are we spending now on the fleets we have in the Mediterranean Sea to defend Israel? Why, with all that we have sent them over the years, can't they defend themselves? Why we see that they are capable to conduct their colonial, sadistic barbarism for 75 years and continuous killing and destruction for over 10 months straight, yet they need us to defend them after they commit crimes and provocations against other countries. This is why we are here. We need to change the position of our leaders, the leaders of this country, who are blinded by power and lack of humanity and lack of a whole list of good things. We need the grassroots voice. We need you. Peoria needs the money that is taken from us to commit a genocide to be used here for our schools and to solve homelessness and other issues. We will keep working on a ceasefire resolution, and we hope that you, every single one of you, stand up with us, stand up for the law, for human rights, and stand against supremacy, occupation, and insane violence. I think it's time also for us all to stand for the dignity of this country. not in our name. Thank you.
Jeffrey Johnson. Is Jeffrey Johnson here? Terry Brink.
Hi, I'm a resident of Lynn Street for the past 25 years. Before that, I lived across from White School. And before that, I was a live-in volunteer at an emergency shelter on Saratoga. During that time, I've been proud of the city council sometimes, and unfortunately, tonight is not a night that I am proud of the city council. This ordinance is so cruel. As people have said, some people have said before, it seems like some people on the city council could not wait to follow the Supreme Court, which is cruel and mean and does not represent most of the people in Peoria, Illinois. One should not. During this time, I've also noticed that the amount of people who have no homes and are living on the street has vastly increased since the 90s. Last year, I had several people, one person in particular, occupying the outside of an abandoned house. And when I found out that the police had arrested him, I was very sad. This man needed help, mental help, help with substance abuse. He did not deserve to be arrested for something he could not help. I really applaud the mayor and other people for not supporting this ordinance and being part of committees and organizations that are trying to humanely end the unhoused situation of people. Please do not pass this ordinance which criminalizes being unhoused. If anything, we need an ordinance that says how we are going to help people get housing and the mental health treatment and the substance abuse treatment and other treatments and job training that they need. Don't put them in jail. It doesn't help anything. And people who are in house cannot afford fines. And to say, well, you can do community service, you're making people work for free. That is a punishment. And it's just, I'm so proud of all these people who are against this ordinance, and please do not consider passing it until it is completely overhauled. Thank you.
Douglas Stacy. Douglas, you are our last speaker.
Hi, my name is Douglas Stacy. I work for Jolt Harm Reduction. I'm in direct care with, people that are unhoused, and also people with mental health issues and substance use issues. There's a lot of gaps in care, if anything, you guys should be focusing on mental health and detox, because I can't get nobody into treatment because there's no beds at detox. I want to reintroduce myself again. 15 months ago, I was a junkie. I was a needle junkie. That's what a lot of people call it, but I was just abusing substances. That's the reality of it. Once I got past that, I figured out that I had a voice that's powerful enough to bring people back from addiction, whatever y'all call it, substance use disorder. I probably worked with 100 people now in the last year and 3 months since I've been sober. I've seen so many gaps in care and so many people turned away at treatment. Like that's a good place to start. That's a good place to start. Because if you're sober, you can think about the things that you need to do. And there's other organizations like Oxford Houses. I went into an Oxford House for 6 months after treatment. I got right with the courts. Let me elaborate a little bit more on that. I was on probation for a burglary that I didn't commit, technically, but I pled guilty because they told me to. It would let me walk free that day if I pled guilty. There's no advocacy out here for people on the streets. If you don't know anything about anything, when it comes to the court system, they're just going to run you through the system. They're just going to public defender, give them some time. Then you guys are getting paid for the days that we sit in jail. That $30,000 that was spent, 30-something thousand on cleaning up the city, 12,000 of that was me and my people. A good majority of those people are housed and sober now. And so I would like to apologize to you guys for that. I lived in the woods behind a landmark. I didn't really care about a voice or being able to tell people, you know, what's missing. I think if there was more money spent on the homeless care, aftercare from treatment, and mental health, man, because if you got mental health issues, I got mental health issues. I'm ADHD, bipolar, schizophrenic, manic depressive, PTSD. Plus, on top of that, I was using methamphetamine and heroin and cocaine. Those were my go-tos when they cut me off Adderall because I left the state of Indiana, and I came over here to try to get medical care, and I couldn't get on Adderall because I don't know, something about insurance, and so I ended up going to meth, and my life spiraled from there. You know, I've been here 8 years, and I have overcame a huge meth addiction, a huge cocaine addiction, and a huge heroin addiction. Conquered every single one of them. Conquered them. I conquered every single one of those substances and lifestyle too. I was living in the woods. I was homeless. I was shitting in stairwells. I apologize for my language. You take a hit of crack, you got to use the bathroom. And to use the bathroom in your pants is kind of embarrassing. I'm one voice. There are many people out there like me that if they were given a chance to fix their life, they would. And so I'm grateful to Joel, to Lula, to every organization that you heard tonight. Because every single one of those organizations, I've been housed by Phoenix because of frostbite on my toes. They housed me for a couple years, you know, but my addiction got me kicked out. There needs to be a bridge between addiction, housing, mental health, that's universal, that everybody can use. There needs to be something like that out there. Focus on that instead of this.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that spoke tonight. Madam Clerk?
I believe we'll be adjourning into executive session.
I would like to invite a motion to adjourn and to convene in closed session immediately following adjournment of the City Council meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 5 ILCS 122C5 to discuss the purchase of real property for the use of the public body, including discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired, and pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 5 ILCS 122C21 for approval by the body of closed session minutes. And we will need a roll call vote. Please cast your ballots.
Madam Mayor, we need a motion, please.
We need a motion. Moved by Councilmember Allen, seconded by Councilmember Gordon Young, and we are adjourned. I think you need to vote Councilman Graham.